Oh.
Give it up.
Okay. Staying here. So thank you all for coming. It's good to have such a big crowd. I'm assuming most of the people that are here are competitors from the first two rounds. So I'll get to you later, but congratulations anyway on a very strong competition. Anyway, I think I'd like to start by saying welcome to everyone, of course. Thank you for making the time to come out on a Saturday to be with us for our 9th edition of the HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition. First, I'd like to thank and congratulate, rather, the finalists. I have to look at the names here because they're very special. Gojo Consulting, Team Zucchini, Team Miracle, and Excelsior Consulting for making it through 2 very grueling days leading up to this final. You've performed extremely well in difficult circumstances with time constraints, so it's very impressive. I understand that the competition this year is probably of the highest level we've had in a long time. And so I commend all the other competitors, but also the 4 finalists who've made it through for their hard work and commitment. I'd also like to thank the judges from the final here for the final 4 and remind them that, as you've heard before, the winning team today will win 120,000 baht, but importantly also go on to represent Thailand at the HSBC Business Case Competition regional final to be held in Hong Kong against 23 other really strong teams. And so no pressure, but it's up to you to pick a winner today that can do Thailand proud in Hong Kong later in the year. And just to remind you that in 2015 was the last time that a team from Thailand did extremely well at the regional finals where we were first runner-up. So make sure you pick a team that can represent us in that stage. Also, thank you to the round 1 and 2 judges if you're online or in the room. I think the feedback that you've provided through the comments and also through the Q&A to the various teams that participated, I'm sure will elevate the quality of the presentations that we hear today through the experience that you provided them. And then finally, from HSBC's perspective, we do this because we're firm believers in the propagation of future skills. Throughout the 9 years, we've seen 3,500 undergraduate students from Thailand go through these competitions, and we think that they've taken away analytical skills, problem-solving skills, presentation skills, all in the English language, which will serve them very well in the future, but also serve the Thai economy ultimately as well, which is why we're here. So finally, just a word of thanks to Mahidol University International College and the MUIC case team. Without your dedication and hard work, it certainly wouldn't be the competition it is today. And I'd like to say, well done this year and looking extremely sharp. You've all gone to the same tailor, and you're putting me and the judges to shame with how good you're looking. So thank you very much. And then let the competition commence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khun Giorgio Gamba, please. A very warm welcome and thank you to all the judges, competitors, and audience for being present here with us today. My name is Arya Kanyo, or you can call me Sasha, a second-year student from Mahidol University International College. And welcome to the final round of the HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023. And I cannot MC here without
myself. I'm Piyush Saraf, a 4th-year student from Mahidol University International College. And it's an honor for both of us here to be your MCs for today. Now, we'll walk you through the agenda for today. After the current opening ceremony and judges' introduction, we will start with our slot 1 presentations at 9 a.m., where teams will have 15 minutes to present their cases, 15 minutes for Q&A, 5 minutes for judges' deliberation, and 5 minutes for judges' feedback. A similar process will be repeated for round 2, which will start at 9:45 a.m., post which we will be going on a break for 15 minutes. Coming back, we will be going through the round slot 3 and slot 4 presentations, which will end by 12:15 p.m., which will be followed by lunch and judges' deliberation until 1 p.m., after which we will be coming back to this room to find out who will be the winner of the HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023 and represent Thailand at the HSBC HKU Asia Pacific Case Competition 2023 this year.
So I would like to do the honors by introducing our judges for today. Piyush.
A veteran at judging during the final rounds of HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition and inspired by the Japanese belief of go for it, it is Mr. Ashwin Rajgopal, the Chief Executive Officer at Brands Suntory International Company Limited. He is responsible for operations over 6 factories across 11 countries, including Thailand, Vietnam, and the rest of Indochina. He has spent over 15 years at L'Oreal prior to Suntory, leading brands to growth in categories such as skincare, healthcare, cosmetics, and hair color. And he has also driven businesses and strategies in both mature and complex emerging markets. Moreover, a transformational leader who has overhauled distribution routes, built cutting-edge marketing organizations, and revamped supply chains. He has been picked by Malaysia's Digital Economic Corporation, MDEC, a government-sponsored initiative to nurse digital leadership to mentor a future generation of Malaysian CEOs. He has also advised digital startups in Indonesia and Malaysia. All of this comes from a background in Masters of Biochemistry from Mumbai St. Xavier's College and in an MBA from Inside France. Mr. Ashwin, please kindly grace us with some of your words.
It's my 3rd year. I'm really looking forward this time to having someone from Thailand take up the winner's position on the podium. I think it's about time, right? So wish all of you the very, very best and good luck. Put in your best foot forward today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashwin. I'm sure the competitors felt so boosted right now. Next up, we have Dr. Sangsuk Pithayanukul. With his humble beginnings as a pharmacist, Dr. Sangsuk used his expertise and skills he has gained from studying and working combined with the opportunity from the family business to build a business empire. Starting with importing and exporting Chinese herbs into Chinatown, Dr. Sangsuk could proudly claim that through his efforts, he created products that are well known around the world such as Smooth E and Dentist. His position is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Siam Health Group Company Limited and also Smooth E Company Limited. Smooth E and Dentiste are Thailand's leading and world-renowned cosmeceutical and oral care products. They are widely accepted as customers' favorite brands in their respective markets. Dentiste is considered as the best in class in over 30 countries. It has won Bronze Cannes Lions Award in the 2021, which is a short film called Tell Them in the International Advertising Awards. He is also the founder of Business Incubation Schools, which the first facility in Thailand of Entrepreneurial Science Ayutthaya. His main area of expertise are cosmeceutical products, oral care products, marketing strategy, and innovation. And lastly, he inspires us with his belief that if you want to do something, you must achieve it. Most people give up, but if they don't, they'll reach the stars. It's who stays stronger and lasts longer. So you have to put innovation and differentiation into your products. Dr. Sangsuk, please grace us with some words.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be joining the competition today. One thing I read the case, I really like the one concept. During the COVID, why don't we? As a leader, the point that I concern is how the leader turned the crisis into opportunity. I don't think they have in the case, but be aware of that. Okay. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sangsuk. Up next is another judging veteran of HSBC Thailand business case competitions. That is Mr. Stephen Ashworth, the Managing Director of Thailand and Southeast Asia Hutchison Ports since 2017. Hutchison Ports is the Ports and Related Services division of Hong Kong-listed CK Hutchison Holdings Limited. It is the world's leading port investor, developer, and operator with a network of 54 port operations in 25 countries throughout Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, the Americas, and Australasia. Over the years, Hutchison Ports has expanded into other logistics and transportation-related businesses, including cruise ship terminals, airport operations, distribution centers, rail services, and ship repair facilities. In 2022, the Hutchison Ports Group handled a combined throughput of 84.8 million 20-foot equivalent units of containers. Throughout 2015 and 2016, he was a managing director of Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam for Hutchison Ports. And throughout 2010 and 2014, he was a chief executive officer of Hutchison Ports Indonesia. Mr. Stephen, please kindly grace us with some of your words.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and I'm actually a real long veteran. I think I'm doing this now for my 8th year running, so I'm very much looking forward to today's presentations. I understand they will be of a very high quality. The case is very challenging, quite a unique one as well, involving ESG, environmental and social responsibility initiatives as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the teams then handle this very topical issue in their presentations today. And anyway, good luck to the teams, and I look forward to seeing all the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. Up next is Mr. Sutheep Ratnabhas, the President Asia of Maxion Wheels Company Limited, the world's largest wheel manufacturer. He is responsible for overseeing Asia operations, including manufacturing, sales, supply chain, research and development of 6 Maxion wheels, light and commercial vehicle, steel and aluminium wheel plants with offices in China, Indonesia, Japan, and Thailand. He is also the independent director, member of the board and audit committee of QBE Insurance Public Company Limited, which served on the board of QBE Insurance Group. QBE is one of the world's top 20 general insurance and reinsurance companies with operations in all key markets. Mr. Sutheep is also the former Vice President and General Manager, Asia of Destaco, where he managed markets for all products across Asia, taking complete responsibility for the P&L across operational factories and sales organizations in Bangkok, Chennai, and Shanghai. The company is based out of Detroit with annual sales of upwards of $300 million. His areas of expertise include engineering, general management, lean manufacturing, and business process improvement. Mr. Sutheep.
Thank you, Piyush. First of all, good morning. And I think it was mentioned, I think you all did a very good job. I think even though you're not in the final round, I think you're all very big winners in our eyes. I think it's been probably a tough road coming through the point where you are today. So a big round of applause for you guys as well. So, this is my first time judging this event. I'm very excited to be here, and I look forward to listening to the case. When I read the case, it's the first black swan that hit everyone across the face with COVID, and I think we all had a different iteration of what we read in the case. I think everyone on the panel here probably had to face the same problems that we saw in the case. So looking forward to see how the creative minds of Thailand work, and we look forward to the winners representing our proud country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sutheep. Next up, for a 5th judge, we have Khun Tanyapong Thamavaranukupt. He's the co-president of Ascend Money True Group. He's responsible for True Money's financial products in Thailand and True Money business in other 5 countries in Southeast Asia, including Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia. His extensive experiences in the financial industry for over 15 years has appointed him to possess various senior executive positions in leading financial institutions. One of that being Senior Executive Vice President and Retail Business and Network Group of Krung Thai Bank Public Company Limited in 2013. In this, he's responsible for all the retail customer products such as saving, investment, personal accident insurances, mortgage, and personal loans. Another position being First Executive Vice President of the Bank of Ayutthaya Public Company Limited and also the Managing Director of CFG Services Company Limited or Ngan Tit Law Company Limited. It is a subsidiary bank of Ayutthaya and best known for nano finance products under the brand Sri Sawat Ngan Tit Law. Various positions including Executive Director of General Electric Capital Thailand Company Limited. In this, he's responsible for credit card and mortgage products in Asia region including Thailand. Lastly, his areas of expertise is fintech, product development and optimization, data analytics and customer relation management, operation and process improvement, pricing and profitability analysis, and high performance management. Khun, please.
Okay, good morning everyone. So thank you and it's an honor for me to be here. It's actually my second year, as a judge in HSBC competition, and when HSBC and Mahidol said for this year, I gladly accept, and I feel last year has given me very good experience. Meeting with young talent minds, Thailand. I personally really enjoy it, and I do look forward, for this year again, right? We have heard from, the organizer that this year is even better. So really look forward to your presentation today, and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khun Tanyapong. Next up, our judge is an avid card collector, a pilot, and an author of the book named The Entrepreneur, 25 Golden Rules for a Global Business Manager, is Mr. William Heinecke, the co-founder and chairman of Minor International Public Company Limited. His company has the pleasure of serving customers in 63 countries worldwide and currently employs up to 75,000 people and is focusing on 3 primary businesses. Firstly, restaurants. One of Asia's largest restaurant companies with 2,500 plus outlets in 24 countries in its portfolio. Its brands include the Pizza Company, the Coffee Club, Bonchon, Swenson's, Sizzler, Dairy Queen, and Burger King. For the second part of the business, which is the hotels and hospitality, Minor's portfolio includes over 76,000 rooms in more than 530 different hotels, resorts, and service suites that span across 56 countries in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, Africa, the Indian Ocean, Europe, and the Americas. Its hotels include the Anantara, Oaks, Tivioli, Elevana, NH Collection, Avani, Marriott, Four Seasons, and the Minor International brands. The third part of the business, which is the lifestyle, is one of Thailand's largest distributors of lifestyle brands with over 290 outlets available nationwide. Its brands includes Anello, Bassini, Charles & Keith, and Minor Smart Kids. His areas of expertise includes commercial, sales, and marketing and business development. Mr. William, please give us a few words.
Morning. Can everybody hear me? I think first and foremost, I really would like to thank HSBC for having hosted this event with Maidan, because to me this is a great developer for our talent here in Thailand. And I have an ulterior motive always for coming to this, because I've been here more than once. And that's really because it gives me an opportunity to see some of the best talent in Thailand and hope that we can draw them to work with Minor, because our success really depends on the quality of the people that we're able to bring to our organization. Because I'm a great believer that it's people that build brands and not the brands that build people. So we're looking forward to the best talent, and I hope one day we'll have an opportunity of working more closely with at least some of you. So thank you very much for allowing me to be a judge today, and I look forward to participating and finding the winner.
Thank you so much, Mr. William, for such graceful words. Next, for our last judge of today, Khun Sudaphan Thaveethamsathit. She is currently the Managing Director, Head of Markets and Securities Service at HSBC Thailand. She has over 20 years of experiences in financial markets and is also responsible for the building of global markets business in Thailand, which aims to capture investment opportunities across asset classes.
Okay. Okay, good morning, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and students. Okay, first of all, congratulations to you all who advanced to the final rounds. And again, I know you should be proud, you are the most talented students from your respective university. And I understand you've been putting so hard, your best effort in doing all the cases. And today's cases is another challenge. It reflects real situation and issue. And we're looking forward to hear some good idea from your guide. And good luck to come up with a solution, and looking forward to any idea that you could provide us recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khun Sudaphan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that is our judges panel for the final round of the HSBC Business Case Competition 2023. It's a very big pleasure of ours to have you here today.
In today's round, 4 teams will battle it out for the championship title of the HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023 and for a grand prize of 120,000 Thai baht from a prize pool of 260,000 Thai baht, and the opportunity to represent Thailand at the HKU HSBC Asia Pacific Business Case Competition 2023 in June. Now that we know who will be judging our finalists for today, how about we introduce our teams like we have done in round 1 and round 2, Sasha?
Yes, please. I'm so ready to introduce them.
With greatest appreciation and admiration, we would like to formally welcome our finalists for this last round. Teams, if you hear your name, please stand up and wave to the audience and to the judges. So introducing the teams for today in their respective presentation slot. Slot 1 is Team Zucchini.
Slot 2, we have Team Gojo Consulting.
Slot 3, we have Team Miracle.
And slot 4, we have Team Excelsior Consulting. Teams, please be reminded that you can spectate other teams only if you're done with your presentation.
So we will be going with these presentation slots.
Now, it's time for slot 1 presentation. Team Zucchini, are you ready? Please make your way to the stage.
And for the rest of the teams, your buddies will be guiding you to the breakout rooms where you can practice or rest for the moment.
Team, you have been handed the microphone and clicker, so please test it out if it works. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Please be reminded that you listen to the rules and regulations carefully. You will have 15 minutes to present your ideas, followed by a 15 minutes Q&A session. Judges, please be reminded to ask questions and save your praises for the feedback session. Post which, there will be 5 minutes judges deliberation where Team Zucchini, you will be guided out of the room by our buddies, which will be followed by a 5 minutes judges feedback. Team, our timekeeper will raise the time board when you have 10 minutes and 5 minutes, 1 bell when there's 1 minute left, and 2 bells when your time is over. Team, the timer will start whenever you begin. Good luck.
Imagine a world that the energy is green, accessible, and affordable to everyone. The company that tried to do this is full-time corporations, but to reach that point, there's still jobs to be done. Good morning, judges. We are from Zucchini team. My name is Natawut, and I'm here with Jed, Siwat, and Pimra. Start with the company background first. As you can see that the Fortum India is a subsidiary of the Fortum Corporations. The Fortum India operates in the clean energy sectors, specializing in the solar energies and wind energies. They often say powering a thriving world, meaning that they try to promote a sustainable and clean energy to everyone in the societies. So there's still jobs to be done, and key question is, how can Fortum India continue its solar project amid the shortage of the workers while ensuring the well-being of its employees? Where we are now and where we want to be. Now, a leading company who struggle with the worker shortage, wanting to ensure the well-being of its employees, but we are here to proposing you the better futures. You can achieve its construction objective while also providing the well-being of its employees. We're proposing you two strategic approach: improve social and create network. And you can call it together like social network. So before we moving on to the strategy part, let's take a step back and see some analysis that drive our strategies. The data tell us that the COVID-19 is the root cause of everything. Start with the COVID-19 outbreak. The worker need to leave the construction site because of the Indian government policy, the lockdown policy. And then it caused to the shortage of the construction workers, which affect our progress. That we aim to finish no more than 18 months, and we require about 800 workers. Looking at the bigger picture, you can see that the COVID-19 have a lot of impact to significantly impact on the Indian economies. The Indian unemployment rate reached 23.5%, and it could push additional 40 million Indians into the poverty. So within the context of this circumstance, we can say that ensuring the well-being of our workforce is crucial. Let's dig deeper into our heart of success, which is migrant workers. The parent company had international code that highlight about empathy and leadership. But before we reach that point, we need to understand the pain point of migrant workers. I can sum up to you in 3 words: disadvantaged, vulnerable, and marginalized. The first one refers to the low income, no job securities. Second one refers to the poor working conditions. And the last one, marginalized, refers to the loss in civic identity because of no access to the state. So we can say that pandemic has highlighted the responsibility of the companies. Now it is the great time to catch these opportunities and show to the world that we can be a leadership in these industries. Strategy overview, we can see that there are 2 issues to consider: shortage of the worker, and another one is potential to delay the progress of the constructions. We're proposing you 2 strategic approach. First one, improve social to ensure the well-being of its employees. Another one is create a network to complete the project on time. And you can call it together or remember it as a social network. So we expect to see the result that the better well-being of employees, the sufficient workers, and to finish our construction progress on time. Next, my colleague will lead you to the first strategies.
Now, before I tell you more about our first strategy, I would like to tell you more about the current habitation style of the migrant workers in India first. So, there are 2 current habitation styles, which are temporary housings or camps, which these tend to have low hygienic standard and lack basic necessities, such as inadequate sanitation facilities, unsafe drinking water, and limited access to the healthcare system. And the second type is the worker lives somewhere else where they would have to commute to the construction site every day, either by using public transportation, by walking if they live close enough, or by using transportation that are provided by the company, which these are quite rare. Now, there are a few problems that occur from the 2 habitation style. Low hygienic standards can lead to easier transmission of the disease, and no basic necessities can lead to poor health and low living standard. And also by having to commute daily, they will have higher infection of getting risk because they have to meet more people, and it is so costly considering that they have little to no income. However, these all difficulties will come to an end with our strategy Improve Social, where we will do 3 main things. First, for the workers, we will provide a camp for them to come live. When our camp will provide them with the 4 basic needs, which are 3 meals food, medicine, clothing, and also a safe shelter. And additionally, we will provide them with COVID essentials such such as ATK testing, face masks, PPE, and sanitizer. Not only that we will provide benefits for the workers, but we will also provide benefits to their family members as well, given that around 70% of them have family members. For the family members, we would do two main things. So in the short term or during the construction period, we would do a monthly health maintenance for the family members, which are basic checkups and treatment so that we can make sure that their family members are strong and healthy. And for the long term or after the construction period, we will switch to a quarterly health maintenance instead. Now, you might wonder, how are our camp different from other high standard camps? Well, we will provide them with incentives for the workers to improve themselves we will give them the bonus money and day off to the monthly best hygienic worker, where we will test them with 3 criteria, which are if they shower, wash their clothes, and meet up with their doctors regularly. When we believe that by giving them an incentive like this, we can encourage them to be more hygienic, which can lead to a better health and a better standard of living as a whole. So, our improved social strategy can turn the workers from having poor hygiene, poor health, no access to the healthcare system, and high risk of getting COVID to being better hygiene, better health, access to the healthcare system, and little to no risk of getting COVID. To summarize our strategy in a few sentences, it will be that Fordham is able to be a good leader for the employee with improved social by encouraging their employees to have a better quality of life with better hygiene and access to the healthcare system.
Next, after we have ensured about the well-being of the workers, the next thing to do is to get our job done. So we want to propose our second strategy, which is create network. So, migrant worker is an important factor for constructions. With the current conditions that we are lack of laborers, more than 900,000 of migrant workers have left from Rajasthan during the COVID-19 outbreak. And after the COVID, even though government have relaxed some of the regulations and allowed the construction site to continue, the people cannot come back on time. Moreover, there's some more unexpected event that can happen. For example, workers have injuries or have sickness that not allow them to continue to work on the construction site. This leads to other key problems that we don't have enough amount of workers and cannot complete the construction on time. So we want to propose our strategies to create a labor network, which is a network for the company to help create a joint labor ecosystem in aiming to helping each other out. In this network, the company will be seeking for the available worker for each others and supporting the company that in shortage of the workers. In terms of the worker allocations, in this which is also important, the worker allocations between company is important because the different period of the constructions require different amount of workers. That means they can allocate the worker between company and push the job to be more efficiently. So let's see how can we create this labor network step by step. First, we will target the industry based on the specializations of the company and the workers. The industry that we will choose will be similar to our company, which is the renewable energy industries. Second, the target area. We want to choose the nearby company that in the close location to us due to the less logistic between state. The reason behind that because we will have less cost and time and avoiding the problems from the regulations that concern about traveling across the strait. So, for example, state is Rajasthan. And third, building network. In this step is about select the potential company that have a similar goals and visions to us of having a well-being of the workers. For example, if we send our workers to other companies, we want to make sure that they have a good living standard in terms of good food, good combinations, good health, and also including safety. Last but not least, which is our further step for the strategies in terms of the long-term plan. We want to expanding our network into the new industry or even the new area because we want to strengthen our network and make it strong as possible. So let's see why we choose the reason that we choose to do the labor network. First, the characteristic of the site that usually the site will have a spare number of the construction worker up to 5 to 10% of the amount that they need to get the job done. So we believe that if we create a network and have one company in the network that in shortage amount of the workers, they can reach out for others and asking others for help. Second, about the specializations. The reason that we choose the company that in the similar industry to us because the worker will be able to work promptly when they have transferred to us because they will use less time for the worker to learn a new skill. Third, in the perspective of the workers, since our problem is urgent and we need instant actions of transferring the labor to us, the reason that we choose the nearby locations because we will reduce the worker cultural shocks, for example, weather, food, or even cultures, and can reduce possible chance of getting them homesick. So let I summarize this strategy for you. And so the key takeaway of this strategy is with Create Network, Fortune can have a sufficient amount of worker in hand and able to finish the construction site on time.
Let's us visualize our strategy in the time frames. Let's begin with our first strategies. Fontam will be creating a construction site after the quarter 2. And after that, they will do a healthcare benefits, also with the bonus subsidies. They will do it once a month for 1 year. And after that, they will change it to quarterly, perpetually. And for our second strategy, first of all, we will be building a network with another companies. And after that, we will expand our network to another industry and another joint ventures. We will do it, we will evaluate quarterly. And next, we will have to consider our costs. Our costs consider of construction costs, operation costs, health insurance costs, and also the bonus subsidy and wage. After apply our strategy, we believe that the cost will be around 2.3 million US dollar with a 9.52% reduction in the cost. And also with the good care benefit from our employees and also with the livelihood that's gonna be better. The drivers come from the 21.5% of the correlation between the bonus and productivities. And next, I believe that every good strategy still has some risk behind. The first risk that we might face is that the company that are networking with us doesn't have efficient workers for us to use. What we could do, we could expand to another industry and find another employer that have it. Second is that the cost of insurance might be too high. What we could do that we could find another insurance providers or healthcare providers that are lower cost and have the same benefits. And lastly, the preference of the worker might change toward our healthcare benefit programs. What we could do a survey and try to gain an insight to create a more suitable and the best way for our workers to do it. And after that, I will send it to Natawut to summarize.
To put it briefly, there are two issues to consider. First one, the shortage of the workers. Another issue is the potential to delay a construction progress. So we suggest you two strategic approach. The first one, improve the social to ensure the well-being of employees. Another approach is create a network to complete the project on time. And we can call it together like social network. And we expect to see the result in the better well-being of employees. And we expect to see the sufficient workers and finish the progress of the construction on time. So that's the end of our presentation. Now the floor is open for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Now, judges, you have 15 minutes for the Q&A session.
Okay, maybe I'll go first. Thank you very much. I think it was a very structured presentation and it's very well articulated, both the strategies. But I'd like to challenge you a bit on the network strategy, right? If you think about it, Fortune is in a crisis, right? And I think your first idea, creating a bubble, providing them with welfare, allows the organization to kind of diffuse the crisis it's in. But networking at this stage, right, how do you think it's going to help them diffuse the crisis on hand? Right? You actually think that with the shortage of workers all around, other organizations are going to share their labor with you? Do you think it's an opportune moment to launch this strategy, or is this something that you would rather think of in the longer term once you've diffused the crisis?
So, we believe that there are many companies in the industry, and it is possible that they will also in shortage of the worker because people go back to their homeland. But we also confident that there will be some that doesn't go back, and there will be some company that have the supplies in their hand, which we will lack of it, but in the sense that they have it. So it would be a good strategy to launch now to seek out for the opportunities outside the companies and find the workers for us to continue the construction site.
I believe that you need to have the construction company for the power plant is the employer of the actual labor at the end of the day. These are how these things should work. So this seems to be a plan which is really Fortum, assuming you're assuming Fortum is driving this whole process. But have you considered the fact that at the end of the day, these are migrant subcontractors, and therefore what rights does Fortum have directly with these employees or these subcontractors, or should they be now dealing with the construction company in terms of fulfilling their social and corporate responsibility initiatives?
I believe that even though some of kind that they might have occurred as a subcontract, I believe that Fortum could also giving the benefit toward the employer of that subcontract too. Because I think that if they could create the bonding of benefit between the subcontract and between the Fortum, I think that it's going to be the best way scenarios that they could do it along with. Because we have to consider that COVID wasn't just only for a month or 2 months, but if we give the benefit as same for the employees that have been employed by the subcontract, we could create a bond and we could create a long-term relationship that we could done our job on time, because it's going to consider up around 18 months.
Very quickly, but you do realize the construction company needs to make money as well.
Yes.
So do the two objectives of the construction company and Fortum, are they aligned?
And yes, and I believe that what we could, yes, sure. I believe that what the Fortum and what the subcontract has aligned as the same thing is that for the subcontract, they want to get the money and they want to do the job on time. And for our Fortum, we see that if there are additional costs that we could spend, rather than we have to spend a lot of money and a lot of time spent, I think both of them are going to have the correlation between their benefits.
Okay, I think really well present step by step. Okay, just one or two questions. You see any, in any crisis, they must have some opportunity. Do you see any opportunity for the company? And also some of your strategy could be outsource someone who expert, or this happened in India for many factory even bigger than this. I don't know, it's a benchmark of how the other company they doing better. You consider that? Okay.
I will take this question that it's a great opportunity for us to create a network. Since everyone have been weaker during the crisis, they want to join in, they want to have a community, they want to have a network that they can help each other out. So with this network, we can expand our network not just for workers, but for the contract, maybe for the raw materials or in specialized. And with this network, it would be easier for us after the COVID that we can go outsourcing for the country in the name of the network, not by the Fortum company alone.
To add on my colleagues, like Mr. Sutheep mentioned about the black swan, and Dr. Sangsuk mentioned about the opportunities. So we think that every black swan came up with the opportunities, right? And then we came up with a strategic approach. We see many strategies like a 5-1, but we need to prioritize the problem, which one is the most important ones, and then we create the two strategic approach based on that we think that it is the most important one. And then if we can leverage the crisis and use it as opportunities, these both two strategies can figure it out all of the problems.
Okay, on the cost and impact, when you see the wages, it's significant drop, but you has been increasing on, I would say, protection worker cost, right? My challenge is on the wages. How could you be able to number of the worker constant that given you provide the program and you didn't come up with the number of the worker that you're looking for? And what's your backup plan on that part? Because you said you can lower the wages quite significant. How could you be able to complete the project within 18 months if you have only few workers left?
Okay, so as we have our strategies, our networking, and also our social strategies, we believe that with we applying our both strategies with the healthcare benefit that they have to check up every month and every times. With this, we could eliminate some kind of the exposure risk that they might face from COVID-19, and we could maintain our worker in the site. And second, from our networking, we could find some another potential worker that we could bring out from another company, and we could use it as our resource. And third is that from our both strategy combined, we believe that we could complete the job in time. And also, if we not apply our both strategies, we have to face some risk of exposures of the time delaying with our construction, as you can see from the normalized of the real situation that the construction site had to be delayed due to the COVID-19.
I have only one question: is that at any time do we see that the workers have the right to make that decision whether to participate, whether it's a subcontractor or a construction company, that it's a voluntary thing, that we know that they've chosen to work the 12 hours voluntarily, they've chosen to take the benefits that we may give them voluntarily, that it's not mandatory and enforced? Is that considered?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I guess I'm asking whether or not the worker themselves were ever offered an opportunity to be questioned on whether they wanted to do this 12-hour thing. I know that they have housing and all the rest of the thing, but shouldn't that be a voluntary decision? And I'm wondering whether the company ever found a way to approach that directly with the workers.
In our strategy, we are actually not forcing the workers to work the 12-hour shift. They are working 8 hours a day. And we think that they have a choice on that as well. We don't want to force them into working too hard, even though we want to finish the project on time. So by doing that, we believe that the workers themselves can choose. And furthermore, we think that if our benefits that we provide to them are good enough, the workers might even want to work more or work harder themselves.
Just first of all, good job on the case. Well done. Just a quick, when I read the case myself, you were supposed to take the perspective of Mr. Varinda, right, who is the head of HR. And I think there was a internal debate about, what is my personal view on this, as Mr. Virendra, and then what's the corporate culture, and what is the government legislation around this whole thing. When you guys discussed this case, did you have any debates around that particular topic? Because that's where the dynamics was. And I didn't see that addressed in the presentation. Did you come to a resolution about how you're going to balance? It's really a balancing act between all those three things. And did you come to resolution on that? How you would balance all three things: personal views or personal feelings, which he had very strongly, and then the company corporate culture and all of the resolutions that they signed up on. Then finally, the government perspective and opening up in Rajasthan, etc., for the hours worked.
We did talk about like his personal opinions on his value and also the company value and the government legislation. We believe that his value are quite similar to what the company believes, which is to take good care of their workers and be like sustainable. And so we think that these two are not so hard to align and do it together since it is already in a similar fashion. However, with the government policy, we considered it and we think that it might be a bit hard if we want to improve the lives of the migrant workers since they are not receiving a lot of support from the government. But we think that by improving slowly but gradually their quality of life, it will be possible to have like make them I'm sorry.
I will add on my colleagues. So I think that we came up with the questions that how can we complete the project on time and to ensure the well-being of employees, right? I think that both have the positive correlation. If we're doing well about the well-being of our employees during the COVID-19 outbreak, the result of the project to complete the project on time will be easier when we take care about our employees, which is mostly about the migrants. And this is the key that we think that is the most important. And I think it's related to the value that you mentioned.
I just have, I think, first of all, I think the presentation is very well structured, right? I like a lot of, graphic that you put here, right? It's not easy to put everything in paper, but I think that's very, very good job. What I don't see here is, and that's I go with Khun Sutheep question earlier. I think I don't see how you actually balance between cost, could be cost overrun, completed the project on time, and try to comply, or try to be a responsible employer or as a responsible company. In normal, business world, right? It's all about choices. You want to grow more volume, but you have limited budget. So how do you balance those two? So in this case, in the time of crisis, the choices is even more difficult, right? Because there are more limitation. There's more things outside your control. So I according to the case, I think they specifically ask how do you actually balance these three, and you actually make a lot of assumption that you can balance all three together in your solution. Not sure that can be done, right? Everything is about choice. So what I don't see is how do you actually make a decision whether we should go with try to complete the project on time and less the cost overrun, or we try to comply with the code of conduct, but then we may have to ask worker to work 12 hours. So do you have those sort of analysis to come up with your solution or conclusion?
So for this part, okay, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. Your time is now up. Teams, you will be escorted out of the rooms for the judges' deliberation.
Judges, now you have 5 minutes to deliberate upon the team's performance. welcome back team. We are just waiting for one of the judges to come back, and then we will be starting the judges' feedback session.
Okay.
Right.
First of all, you guys must be relieved. Being the first is not easy, and also I think you guys did a really good job. I think if I was to relook at the case, I would say maybe more focus on how you with a clearer solution towards this is what we chose, this was the risk, this is the reward, this is the priority of what we will do 1, 2, 3, and this is the financial impact. So I think maybe a little bit different structurally, but I think overall very good, and good luck, and keep it up. Thank you.
Okay, well done in your presentation, a very structured. Issue key analysis has been addressed. I think the one thing I've been observing, you focus on well-being, but on the cost side, you didn't balance it out. We try to figure we've been discussed how to figure on the cost. It's still not quite clear in our concept, because you increase all safety costs, but in terms of that will be impact to the project cost also. You didn't really make it clear how you're making analysis on that part, especially on the wages.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think good situational analysis, very clear. You use your time very well presented, well coordinated. Generally speaking, the Q&A, I think you handled reasonably well. For me, I think you missed a couple of key points. One is, as I asked just now, is the entire sort of subcontractor versus construction company objectives and Fortum's objectives may not be aligned. Number two is that I think you might have missed the trick. Fortum is a Finnish state-owned company building a power plant in India. There may be some G2G, government-to-government leverage there for maybe delays, and perhaps even renegotiating the pricing agreement, which they have to follow in charging electricity afterwards. So there was a few things there you perhaps could have addressed. But anyway, well done, and good luck.
I agree with the comments of all the other judges. As I may have asked a little bit, I was confused on the balancing, because the government clearly wanted to allow a 12-hour working day, and my only concern is, was the consideration. I believe the workers, if they're working within a bubble or on a camp, would accept the 12 hours, and if they're being paid for the 12 hours, and I think. But it's important that that's seen as a voluntary step, whether by a subcontractor or by the Fortum themselves. So, but it could have been a little more clear, because I don't think you could sort of try to enforce an 8-hour day on a camp when the government is looking for a 12-hour day. So there was a bit more consideration to be done on that, I think.
I would like to add one more point about creativity. In this crisis, something that you have to think outside the box. That's very important. And also, I think I can see in this crisis, I can see many more opportunity where you're not addressed yet. Also, I think in India, maybe some issue, they must have some expert outside where you can collaborate. That's all.
No, again, I don't want to sound repetitive. It was very structured. I really like the way your analysis flowed. and how it led to your conclusions. So it was very strong. My only feedback would be in terms of framing the situation or framing the problem. That could have been a bit stronger. There were several dilemmas in that the company was faced with: values versus business, short-term versus long-term, cost versus financial cost versus the cost of time. Now, if that had been emphasized more clearly at the start, then I think there would have been more, the presentation probably would have been more impactful from that point of view. But having said that, really congratulate you guys. It was an excellent presentation, very well delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Team, that is up for the feedback session. Excellent performance. And team, if you wish to join the audience to watch the presentation, or you can take the rest you need. You may also decide now, because you'll be strictly prohibited to enter while other teams are in the middle of their presentations.
Okay, judges, so now we are done with the slot 1 presentation, and we are very much on time. So how about we move to the slot 2 presentations? So if you may allow, I would like to invite Team Gojo Consulting into the room for their presentations.
Test.
By the time Team Gojo Consulting.
Test.
In the meanwhile that Gojo Consulting is getting ready, spectators, I would like to remind you to kindly not move in and out of the room during the presentations to avoid disturbing the judges as well as the presenters. Team Gojo Consulting, you have been handed over the mic as well as the clickers. Could you please test them? Right. We will wait. In the meanwhile, we are waiting for one of the judges. I would like to remind you of the rules and regulations. Teams, you have 15 minutes to present your ideas. You will have 15 minutes after that for judges Q&A. After that, our buddies will guide you outside the room, where judges for 5 minutes will deliberate your performance, post which you will get a feedback for 5 minutes. Our timekeeper will raise a time board when you have 10 minutes remaining and 5 minutes remaining. You will hear 1 bell when there is 1 minute left and 2 bells when the time is up. So while we wait for one of the judges to come back, you may have a discussion with your team. Right, now that we have all our judges back, team, you may begin presenting when ready.
By the end of 2019, the world has been struck by the unprecedented pandemic COVID-19, and socially responsible firm has been hit even harder. With all these uncertainties that occur, how could firm like Fortums remain true to their core values? Since the beginning of Fortum's 18-month solar construction project, the Fortum's project has been halted and resumed shortly due to COVID-19, leaving them with only 13 months remaining to complete their project by the original deadline. Unlike other big firms, Fortum was able to secure their supply. However, the reverse migration still left Fortums to face the challenge of construction workers shortage. With that, the question has been raised of how could Fortums tackle the issues, whether they should resume the project and employ workers with exposure to health risk or lay off them, letting them go and bear the cost of delay. We compare the potential cost and risk regarding these two possible solutions. Considering the cost of reaching energy supply contracts, the negative impact on society by considering both health risk, the health costs as well as environmental impact, and with the cost of violating their codes of conduct. And from this, we could conclude that employing workers and continuing the project is Fortum's way to go. But how could Fortum minimize all these potential risks and costs from the decision we have made? So Fortum should eliminate workers' concerns, and these concerns include the lack of physiological needs, including water, food, and shelter, job security in particularly layoff anxiety, as well as health and safety risk. This boils down to our key question of how could Fortum maintain business continuity while maintaining and ensuring livelihoods of their workers. With our objective to meet the construction's original deadline while holding Fortum's core value true, we propose you our two strategy: commute to workforce, and commune with workers. Next, my teammates Tanyapong will introduce you to our first strategy.
Thank you, Sarita. So let me introduce you the first strategy, commute to workforce. Now that we have decided that we are going to continue with our construction, we're going to finish everything on time. We're still facing an issue of the worker shortage. And the worker shortage is from the worker being stranded, they're unreachable, and they're in fear of job security. They are fear of uncertainty in India. They are fear of being laid off again. So they are not willing to get back to the site yet. And this raises us a key question of how can Fortum reach out and attract those absent workers? And to answer those questions, we are proposing you a strategy of partnership with NGOs, working with the blue-collar workers in India. And I have listed two of an example in those NGO for you. GENVP and NSPS, who is the NGO working with the construction worker in Rajasthan, where our construction site is. And with the partnership, we were able to successfully reach out to those absent workers. And reach out, then what? Well, we're going to offer those workers a project-long job opportunity with an opportunity of working along with us in other projects as well if they are doing well. This will ensure their job security, will ensure that they will have a job, they will not being laid off. And with this, we will successfully attract those workers by eliminating their concerns. And with these two strategies, we will successfully reach out and attract those workers. And of course, you may have a questions of why NGO partnership? Have you ever considered other options as well? And yes, the answer is yes. We have considered three options: the NGO partnership, the labor contractor agencies, and doing our own initiatives. Which in terms of impact, I would say that these three options lead to the same outcome, which is we were able to reach and attract those workers. But in terms of course, the NGO partnership costs less. In terms of time as well, NGO partnership and labor contract is faster than creating our own initiative because it needs time to create an initiative. And in terms of social impact, that might lead to the reputation of the company. NGO partnership is doing just fine, just a little bit behind creating our own initiatives. But in terms of cost and time, I think it's worth it. So we recommend you to choose NGO partnership. but the situation in India is uncertain and there might be regulatory risk. So we have our plan B of labor contract agencies as our backup. And for the key takeaway for this strategy, Fortam is going to partner with NGO to reach out and attract workers, to maintain Fortam workforce and continue the construction. And that's all for the first strategy. Now that we have our workforce back, what are we going to do with them? I will let my colleague Naprat to walk you through on that issue.
Thanks, Thanapat. So now let me introduce you our second strategy, commune with worker. Create a community to ensure their safety, health, and also their well-being. So first, take a look at the current system of recruiting, which is cyclical. Cyclical system will allow the laborers to frequently joining or leaving the workforce, which may trigger the concern of the workers that will join the workforce. That it will trigger the insecurities about the health risk that they might face during enjoying the workforce, stranded, job security, as well as unsafety and also unhealthy risk that they might face enjoying the workforce. So the question is, how can Fortam ensure the workers' health, safety, and also well-being? So we come up with our strategy, construction community. Our construction site community will consist of 3 features. The first one is 2 shifts. There will be day and night shift, 8 hours each. With these features, it will allow the construction to finish on time. Our second feature is live in construction site. We will create a construction committee that will allow the workers to live from the beginning of the construction period until the end. With this feature, we can control all the health risks that might happen during the pandemic. And the third, and to ensure their health and their safety, we propose you our third feature service on medication service, which we will introduce you in our next slide. Migrant workers don't have any social security across the state. The workers who leave their home to work in the state don't have access to any medical service. So we will provide them Fortam WeCare. Fortam WeCare is the service that the Fortam already provided for the white-collar workers, but we will expand this service to the blue-collar workers as well. With this service, they provide all the medication service, but we will reduce some unnecessary to be perfect for the blue-collars, such as we will eliminate all the mental service, and we will increase their healthcare and their sanitaries or the face masks. So with this strategy, forums will also maintain the value of the company by keeping the international code of conduct. We care about employee safety, health, and well-being. Our strategy can eliminate all the workers' concerned about their risk and they're healthy about the pandemic that's happening, and we also ensure their health, safety, and well-being of the workers. Our strategy not only benefits for their workers, but also directly benefits for the company as well. The first thing, the most important thing, the construction will be finished on time with our 2-shift strategy. And also, let the happiness worker will lead to higher productivity of the workers, which will also lead to finish the construction in time as well. And the most important thing, Fortam can also maintain the core value of their parents' company by following the international codes of conduct. With our strategy as a result, it will keep the value of the parents' company as well as protect the firm's reputation as well. So next, please welcome Virya to introduce you about our implementation plan.
Thank you, Nabraj. Now let me tell you how we implement our strategies and how the strategy can help to the project to finish on time. At the beginning of May, we will start with construction site communities. This will take about 3 weeks, and then the recruitment process will proceed in the between 2nd and 3rd week of May. Once we have both workers and communities, we will start and continue our construction with 2 shifts of work, with this allowing the projects to finish on time. Our strategies not only help the projects to finish on time, but also enhance the well-being, the job security, the safety, also the health for the workers, for the people, about 6,200 people, which come from 1,600 workers and their families. Both of our strategies also can enhance both of the well-being, the job security, health, and well-being, and finish the job on time. This follows the conduct of the Forum International Code of Conduct, and this can enhance both value and reputation for the forum. In order to achieve this result, there are some costs associated with these strategies. As the forum follows the power purchase agreement, therefore additional costs are restricted. So our required cost is 560,000 euro. This less than 1% of the total average of the solar panel construction cost. Now, however, good strategies come with risks. For the first risk, regulatory issues. So this company needs to follow up to date of the regulations and make sure that they follow the regulations. For the second risk is an outbreak pandemic in the community camps. So we need to frequently check the health of the workers. For the last risk is the shortage of the supplies of workers from the NGO. Therefore, we have the plan B, which is we can contact with the labor agency. Now, let my colleague Salita summarize the executive summaries for you.
As per our proposed strategy of commute to workforce, and commune with worker, Fortum would be able to complete their project by their original deadline, as well as ensuring the well-being of their workers as mentioned in their code of conduct. That will be all for us today. Thank you for your attention, and now the floor is open for Q&A.
Thank you, team, for your presentation. Judges, now you have 15 minutes to ask the teams any question and answer.
Thank you. I like your presentation. I think you guys are a good storyteller. I think very easy to follow. I like the situation analysis. Yeah, I think very well laid out, and good risk and mitigation plan. Though you make many assumptions, right? I mean, when they plan to build the solar plant at the beginning, I think those costs or plan has been identified without COVID, in the plan. But you said you can do everything even with COVID, and you can maintain the same cost and the same deliverable. I think that's very very difficult to believe. How you actually do it, right? I mean, with COVID, basically you might need to pay more to attract workers. You might need to provide more, kits. You might need to provide insurance. So those costs are additional, right? So I still don't see how you actually can keep the cost, within the budget. Yeah. I think you spend less time on the cost, but I think you spend a lot of time on how to get the workers, how to get the worker happy. But I think on the cost side, it hasn't been really addressed, except you have the number here. Yeah. But overall, I think it's actually pretty good.
I agree again with everything that's been said, but the comment that comes to my mind is how you determined that you would go to 2 shifts. The government, the big question had been really between the company and the government on the fact that the company had an 8-hour shift, and the government was trying to allow a 12-hour shift. But your solution that you come up with was 2 shifts, and again, employing a number of workers. I very seldom have I ever seen where we could afford to have people working 16 hours a day to fulfill their jobs. The 12 hours is already a challenge, but certainly one that I think labor and the the company could overcome. So I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
And to answer your question, we choose to use 8-hour shift instead of 12-hour shift because it stated in the case booklet that if the company choose 12-hour shift, it will negatively impact the reputation of the company. So we will provide 2 shifts, 8 hours each instead, to keep the reputation of the company to be positive.
And to add on, the 2-shift working is commonly used in many construction, but it just haven't been implemented in this construction plan.
Yes.
Sorry. So that should double your cost, I
Yes,
would have thought.
and that's why we give the cost structure of 560,000 euros. The cost number seems to be a little bit low, and I would say that because of the in the construction working, the construction firms have to have the overrun cost in their accounting. So it's the cost for unexpected issue, and this just add on to that cost, and I think that would be cover it.
Understood.
Thank you.
I think I agree with Khun Tanyapong. I think your case presentation was excellent. Very good job. Just a couple of things. When you guys were together, there's an ethical dilemma in this case to some degree. How do you balance between being a good social business and then maintaining the ethicality within the business? That goes to Bill's comment about the 12-hour, 8-hour shifts. What did you guys feel about that, or how did you deliberate on that, or did you have any discussions around that?
So first of all, we reckon that the case mentioned a lot about how the international codes of conduct have the impact on the Fortrums India. So we first look at that, and as mentioned in the code of conduct, that apart from being socially responsible and caring for their workers, completing their jobs on time and being able to provide what they promised for is also one of their main core value as well. So for us, we got together and we considered that these 2 issues have to be solved consequently, and none of them should be eliminated from the consideration of our strategies. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, I think it was a brilliant presentation, right? And what I really liked about your presentation is that it reflected your thought process very well. One thing led to the other. So I must congratulate you on a good presentation. My question is on the NGO, right? It literally brings in a third party to the table, right? Currently, the workers are subcontracted, so you have a subcontracting agency. You've got Fortum, and now you're saying, let me get the NGO into the pool. Do you actually think that this is going to ease the process of getting your workers back, or is it an added complexity from a management point of view to get a third party to now deal with the construction, the subcontractor, plus the workers? Have you thought through that aspect?
Yes, I have thought to that. In terms of the third party, of course, dealing with more people, it will lead to the more complexity of the process. But with the NGOs, those NGO values want to help the workers. They would. I'm confident that they will cooperate with us, surely. And
to add on to that, as mentioned in the case booklet, that the company already have partnership with NGO. Actually, from the COVID-19 situation, they have provided support and help. So from that, reckon that it would be easier to negotiate and provides to ensure that the companies and the NGO is heading towards the same goals, and that due to that decision to partnership with NGO, we reckon that the management of the company would also value the partnership and the collaborations between the corporates.
Yeah, I totally agree with Bill's comments on the costings and the shifts. So I won't repeat that question. My question is the same as the one I gave to the first group, Zucchini, and that is to say that did you consider the fact that at the end of the day this is a construction contract, and therefore by definition Fortum has to employ a contractor to do the construction of the power plant, and therefore I think that the employees or the labour will be employees or labour sign contracts with the construction company. So if that's the case, then how do you reconcile between the objectives of Fortum as a responsible employer, the individuals who are going to be employed by them, and the construction company's need to also make money out of this contract? Was that a bit too... I've got to prepare you for Hong Kong if you're going to be going there.
Could you clarify a bit about the question?
I'm trying to say that the construction company will be employing the labour, not Fortum. So did you address the point that you need to talk to the construction company? You obviously didn't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Basically, we didn't. But as mentioned, that feel like after reading the case, we felt like Fortum's India really followed through and really consider the core values of the companies. Hence, we think that all the contracts and all the corporates that they are working with or having a partnership with is having and sharing the same value with them. So I think the negotiation process would be possible, and not to mention that Fortum is actually one of India's biggest energy providers, and they possibly hold much negotiation power as well. Thank you.
Okay, just one question. I like the way that you partnering with outside expert. Why don't you partner on both commune and commune? Because it's good. I mean, partner out, right? And another question, maybe you said they protect the value, but why not add value? Why not add value? And this is a crisis for the big company to do the CSR and CSV, right? Do you consider that?
To answer your first question, the reason why that we don't cooperate in the commune strategy is because that we think that taking care of our workers is the responsibility of the Fortums, as it mentioned in the case booklet, that all the health, safety, and well-being of the workers will be Fortum's responsibility.
So to answer your second question, could you repeat the second question again, please?
It's good time that the big company like this, the time for doing add value and doing some CSR or CSV, try to turn the crisis into opportunity to do the CSR, CSV. It's good time.
And I have to say that our strategy not just protect but also add value, because of course working with NGOs who working with the worker also give the positive impact to the company, positive reputation, and that will be value added. And also in our second strategy, commune, that we create a community, create a social security scheme for our workers, that will lead to our positive reputation in terms of course, there may be media want to work with us in terms of raising awareness in these worker lives, and we can create value in that as well.
To add on a bit to that, at the time that the case has occurred, the issues of reverse migration is actually in the spotlight in the global news, and some of us may see it on the news. So by us stepping in, no matter small or big steps, yeah, it's gonna make a positive impact and shine a light to our company.
So still have time. I like your proposal on the security scheme. I think you nailed the issue, of the case where they said, workers actually works interstate and they don't have the coverage, right, for their health. So by providing that, I think it's actually served many purpose. Are you also looking at this as the way to attract more workers? Because I think you are addressing this more of the social, responsibility. But are you also considering this as part of your attracting workers?
Yes, we have considered about it, as we have the more services for the worker, or the advantage for the worker. Therefore, more of the worker comes to us, and we will get more of productive workers to want to work for us. Therefore, it can make our work more effective.
Okay, represented, fully address all key issue, which I make up quite like your presentation, except on financial. As Khun Bill mentioned, I still not agree with the financial that come up. I try to look at the number. If you can spend more time on the financial, that would be great. Okay. In terms of less than 1%, I still try to see how do you derive that number.
Thank you, judges. That will be the end of 15 minutes for the Q&A session. Teams, now you'll be escorted outside the room while judges deliberate upon your performance. Please follow the buddies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, as the team makes the way out of the room, you have 5 minutes to deliberate upon the performance.
Test. Test. Test.
Judges? Judges, that is the end of 5 minutes. Are you done with your deliberation? May I invite the team back in? Okay, shortly, Team Gojo consultant will be making their way back into the room. Then you will have 5 minutes to provide them with comments. Welcome back, Team Gojo Consulting. Now, judges have 5 minutes to provide you with feedback.
I thought you had an excellent presentation, and but the only and I thought your choice of using NGOs was an excellent consideration that would help the company and to handle the situation. The only thing which I think you perhaps slipped a little bit is the fact that recognizing that there's a labor shortage, your theory was to switch to double shifts, which I'm not sure that would have worked. And I felt there was a little bit lack of understanding of the government's position of increasing the work hours to 12 hours a day. Perhaps they were already beginning to recognize that people would have to stay at work, be motivated, and be in somewhat of a bubble, or at least remaining in the workforce. So those are my comments, just generally, but excellent presentation.
Oh, I think it's very good. I think you cover most of the points. The part that I feel is a bit weak is on the cost side. I think you probably need to demonstrate, that in this time of crisis, it's very difficult to control costs, to the original budget, right? And to what Khun Bill mentioned, having 2 shifts is actually double your cost. But you haven't put that in your analysis. So I think overall, I think everything is good except the cost side.
So not to repeat what was already said by the other judges, only thing I can say is very, very well done. Good structured, easy to follow presentation, and I think it was well thought through, and good job.
I think nothing much to comment from my side. Well done. I like your presentation. It's well structured. I can follow easily. But except similar to all judges, if you can spend more time on the cause, because you have been talking about workforce, which is addressed well. I really like your solutions, but when it comes to cause, it's still questioning myself how this can be implemented. Anyway, well done.
Hello. Yep. Well done. I thought you were quite well organized. Very good start in the situational analysis. And I like your idea of the commune. That was very original thinking. But again, the question was about construction of the power plant on time without ruining Fortum's reputation. That was ultimately it. And I thought maybe that you could have tied that in a bit better. It might be a bit difficult to understand, but the construction company as well, who would have to take a lot of responsibility for this. So that was the only part I thought, and the costings issue, that you perhaps should have spent more time on.
Okay. Just wanted to give you some feedback of what, because your team have a good creativity. Then why not you do something that it's time to do something that the community can wow the society, wow the community, something like that. Because even though it spend a lot more money, but it's kind of long-term investment, CSR or CSV, or build the image, something like, why not you double pay during that time? Wow, everyone, because it's right, something like that. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Um, as I said earlier, I think the presentation was brilliant. And notwithstanding some of the points on costing that my colleagues have brought up, I think you'll, by and large, defended your points with aplomb. And I was very impressed with the collaboration between the four of you. I also liked the way you sought clarifications to some questions before jumping to answer them, right? Your role assignments were also very clear. It was easy to understand who had worked on what, right? The reading of the case was also very good. So all in all, I think a very good presentation. Congrats.
Thank you, team, for your amazing performance. Now you may join the audience. Judges, 2 teams are down and 2 teams are left. But before we continue with the rest of the presentations, how about we take a short 15-minute break? You may excuse yourself to go to the break, to the washroom, and grab something to drink. We will have snacks served to you on the table here. Participants, please be noted that our break starts at 10:30 and ends at 10:45. So please be present here 3 minutes before the start time.
Participants and judges, please be reminded that you have 5 minutes left, and please come back here at 10:43. And also one mistake, you realize your mistake? Judges and participants, the time is now 10:43. Please be reminded to be seated. Thank you. It's not on. Participants and judges, may I please request you to kindly be seated now as our slot 3 and slot 4 will be starting soon. Judges and participants, may I please request you to kindly be seated as our slot 3 will start soon in 5 minutes. Participants, please prepare to be seated. Our slot 3 will start in a few moments. Make sure all your devices are on silent so there's no disturbances.
Test, 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 test.
Participants, I may remind you again to please be seated as our slot 3 will start now, soon. All right, everyone, I see that you're back. I hope you're happy and your stomach is full. So now that we're back from break, Team Miracle is going to be making their way into the room to start the presentation for their slot 3.
Test.
Welcome, Team Miracle. Presenters, please check if your microphone and clicker works.
Test, 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 test.
All right, team, please listen to the rules and regulations carefully. You will have 15 minutes to present your ideas, 15 minutes for Q&A session. Judges, please be reminded to ask questions and save your praises and feedbacks for the feedback session. Then you will be followed with 5 minutes for judges' deliberation, where you will be guided out of the room by our buddies, which will be followed by a 5-minute feedback. Presenters, our timekeeper will raise the time board when you have 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 bell when there's 1 minute left, and 2 bells when your presentation time and Q&A is over. Team, the timer will start whenever you begin.
So hello everyone, we are the team Miracle. So today we're gonna present our analysis and strategy for company Fortem. So first, let's focus on the Fortem's internal goals first. So we can see Fortem entered the India market in 2012, and soon it becomes the leading clean energy company in very soon. And also, Fortem it has 2 international code of conduct. So it will focus on employees' safety and well-being, and also it will make sure they running their business very legally. So next, we can see the Fortem's external goals. So we can see that PPA plays a very significant role during the clean energy company in India. So So what is PPA? PPA is basically it's a power purchase agreement. So it will provide a different rate of electricity for both producer and consumers, and also it will benefit the local society and also will decrease air pollutions. So for now, we can see that the air about actually clean energy for now is about 90% of. We can see the potential of 90% of clean energy meets the world electricity demand, and also. Because of the affordability of the producing clean energy, we can see only 29% of the all electricity comes from clean sources in 2022. And as a responsible company, we don't want to jeopardize the PPA. So now we can become moving on to the our analysis for the India migrant workers during the COVID-19. So during COVID-19, we can see that as the India government imposed to lockdown, all factory closed and millions of workers they losing their jobs, and over 90% of the workers don't have the formal work agreements, so they didn't get the state welfare and the social security benefits.
So after the analysis, we found that the first question we have to answer is, what should Fortum do? Should it continue its construction of the solar power panel in Jaisalmer, or should it halt the construction? But before answering that question, we considered the company's core values, and these are the things that we will not tolerate. So number one is the exploitation of workers' quality of life, and number two is jeopardizing the commitment to the power purchase agreement. This implies that there will be no 12-hour work shifts, no forced relocations and layoffs, or no delay of construction, as delay of construction will add to the cost of the production and increase the price of the power produced, which makes it even harder to reach the PPA. And therefore, no significantly increased costs. So, if Fortum chooses to halt, there will be forced relocations and layoffs, which will take away the livelihood and the income of the workers. And there will also be cost of delayed construction, which, as I explained, will lead to higher price of produced power and affects the PPA. So no, Fortum should not choose to halt the construction. But if Fortum chooses to continue, there will be problems regarding shortage of workers, which leads to decreased productivity and delayed construction anyway. And there will also be health and welfare risks. If we take no action, this will affect the workers' quality of life and surely goes against the company's international code of conduct. And if we take action, this will lead to massive increase in costs. So, are we in a deadlock here? Is there no way we can do and get out of this problem? The answer is no. If Fortum chooses to continue, we have come up with worker-related strategies which will help solve the problem of decreased productivity and reduce the health and welfare risks of the workers. And we have also come up with cost-bearing strategies to finance our worker-related strategies. So, let's first take a look of our summary of analysis. So all in all, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to ensure that Fortum will be able to finish and continue its construction on time while being able to finance its strategies to ensure workers' health and safety. So how do we do that? We ensure productivity level, ensure workers' health and safety through our worker-related strategies. And we also finance additional costs through our cost-bearing strategies. So through all these strategies, what we'll be able to do is ensure that Fortum India will fulfill its commitment to a cleaner world while ensuring safety and well-being of its employees. So let's look at the overview of our worker-related strategies. So at its peak, there are around 800 workers on site at the construction site. However, after COVID-19 hits, some workers might go home to be with their families, and we estimate around 280 employers calculated based on the ratio of workers who relocate after the pandemic hits in India. And for these workers, we pay them compensation, which will cost us around $65,000. And then we hire workers from within state, and that combined with our current workers, we will be able to maintain the level of productivity that will help us finish the project on time. And then for our workers, we will ensure that they have good life quality by putting them through health and welfare program. So why do we have to hire more workers? So the current issue on the worker side is that there is problems regarding interstate migration, people losing job security, social security, and losing jobs due to COVID-19. On the company side, there is shortage of worker, which leads to lower level of productivity and the company not being able to meet its deadline. So our strategy is to hire workers from within state, from these three neighboring cities in Rajasthan. So our opportunity is that there are around 5.3 million people in these cities, and also as a lot of people are moving out of Rajasthan, a lot of people are moving in as well. So hiring within state will ensure that we will be able to obtain social security benefits for the workers. And since 90% of construction workers in India don't have formal contracts, Fortum can give them formal contract to ensure fairness, and this will attract workers to come work for us. So for our key benefits here would be that we will be able to maintain our level of productivity and finish the project on time, meet the deadline of 18 months. And the workers will get jobs and benefits through our health and welfare program, which Pan will explain further on this.
So judges, we move on to the health and welfare. I have identified some current issues, which is first of all being the livelihood of the migrant workers and the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So our strategy, we came up with 3 strategies. First of all, we can come up with the on-site quarantine, where workers will join a 14 days mandatory quarantine, where we will provide training during the quarantine session, and this will result in more productivity per labor, and as a result we will also have a COVID-free construction site. Another one is we want to change the working hour model. We will create a 2 4-hour shift, so the workers will work a total of 8 hours, and this will lead to a less crowded construction area, and we will have insured workers' health, and resting and leisure time will meet the standards of the ILO. So for the changing working hour model, we will separate the workers into 3 groups, in which the workers will be doing 4-hour shift 2 times per day, and we will work total of 24 hours. You might be concerned, can we work 24/7? Yes, we can. We have checked the rules and regulation, and we can confirm that we can do a 24 hours, 24/7 work. And for the new site accommodation plan, we will divide into 3 parts, which is 1, 2, and 3. For example, Division 1 will contain A, B, and C, where the workers will work alternately, and they will have their own living quarters to create a social distancing standards. So for next, you might be concerned, these all have a high cost, and we'll be incurred to a lot of cost, and it will be very expensive, right? So we have came up with a cost-bearing strategy. So what should we do? We came up with a strategy to create a joint venture. Why do we have to do this? Well, we want to reduce the risk factor of the investment. We want to share the profit, cost, and losses. With this, we can reduce costs and combine the expertise of both companies. This will, on the right is the illustrative of the joint venture structure. So for Fortum, we'll contribute 49% of the project, and a private equity firm that we will identify will contribute 51% of the project, and this will create Fortum Joint Venture Co. And for the business model, we will give a majority stake to the private equity firm. Why 51%? Well, because of the current financial situation of Fortum India is not very good, we need a reason for a private company to invest in this. So by giving them more percentage, give them a commanding votes, which will likely to draw the investment. So for this, the $200 million project will be invested by both companies, where Fortum will still remain the contractor of this project, building the solar panels as usual. And this we will aim to meet the 18-month deadline that the Indian government has set for us. So the key activities here is that we will identify the suitable partner, and we will pitch and sell this to this identified firms, and we will be able to continue the project with a received finance, and lastly, with something that we want to meet the deadline. So for all this, who will be the right partner? Who will be the right company to join our venture? Well, we came up with 3 choosing criteria, which is common environmental goal, financial position, and expertise. So a company that we choose will need to have a common sustainable development goal that has a key goals in sustainability. And for the financial situation, they will need to have a strong financial position in order to help us finance the project. And for lastly, they need to have an investment expertise so that they can make the partnership stronger. For the potential candidates that we have identified is ICICI Venture Fund Management, which is an Indian private equity firm that is backed by ICICI Bank, which means that they will have a enough budget for this project. And another one is Kotak Private Equity Group, which is a renowned investment group that invests specifically in India's infrastructure industry. And the last one, Actis, the most promising one. They are the leading global investors in sustainable infrastructure. They have the common goal as Fordham, and they would be interested in joining us. So the key benefits is shared expertise, continued project, and maintain corporate values.
So let's now talk about the risk and mitigations of the strategies we just mentioned. The first risk is since it's a pandemic, workers might still get COVID even within the work bubble. So the mitigation for this strategy would be quarantining for those who have tested positive, checking if the people that they came in close contact with are tested positive as well, and if they are, they get quarantined as well. Before all this even happens, they're provided vaccinations to prevent COVID measures. The second risk is workers' mental health. They're going to be away from their families, and they will not be allowed to exit the bubble. So our mitigation for this is that families will be allowed to visit workers during their non-work hours, and given they follow certain health and safety protocols, such as wearing a COVID suit, masks, and shields, while also having a negative ATK test. The third risk is not being able to find an investor to invest in the joint venture we mentioned before. And our mitigation would be leveraging 51%, which is a controlling interest in a joint venture project, which is estimated to earn $1.8 billion over the next 25 years upon completion. The fourth risk is not being able to find workers. So the mitigation of this would be simply contacting local headhunters in the regions that are nearby that we mentioned before. And the fifth risk is the new workers that will be joining, which is around 280, they will not know about the roles and responsibilities they have or the scope of the project. When they first join, they'll have to do a 14-day quarantine as a health and safety protocol, and this time period will be used to give them an orientation regarding their roles and responsibilities, as well as the scope of the project. Let's now talk about the non-financial impacts. So we have two non-financial impacts. The first one has the key number, which is the completion of the project. The KPI for this is that Fordham's plant will be able to generate electricity, which is enough for 1.5 million households, which is around 12% of Rajasthan's population. And additionally, 2% of all Rajasthan's solar power will be generated from this plant. The impact is that clean energy production in India is increased, which is a major issue that the country is trying to address. The second key enabler is the maintenance of labor, welfare, and health as per the company standard, as well as the ILO standard. The KPI for this would be the fact that Fordham will make sure that each worker doesn't work more than 8 hours per day. And the impact of this is that Fordham will be able to maintain its reputation as an ILO-abiding organization as well. So now let's head to the financials. So let's first talk about the costs. We estimate that all of the strategies we've talked about would cost around $3.2 million. The main cost of which being the construction of living quarters, which is $2.5 million, medical supplies for the employees, and the compensation cost will be bearing, which is $65K. The justification for how we're gonna bear these costs, as we mentioned, are the cost-bearing strategies, where we receive 51% investment from the equity firm, which will generate $102 million. We're assuming that Fordham's headquarters will allocate at least 5% of these funds back into the project, which will give Fordham India $5.1 million, which is higher than the cost will be bearing. Fordham another thing we need to consider is that we're only hiring from Rajasthan. So all the employees will be Rajasthani citizens, and which allows them to have the state welfare and social security and welfare rights, which meaning that Fordham will not have to bear the social security and welfare costs as well. Lastly, our revenue. So we estimate that Fordham will generate $885 million in 25 years. And the key assumptions for this would be the unit cost of PPA of 0.33 kilowatt per hour, project capacity, number of hours worked for the plant, the PPA agreement over 25 years, multiplied with the 49% share that Fordham will have after the joint venture. This $885 million is clearly above the $200 million US dollar initial investment, helping Fordham break even in just 5.6 years. This break-even time is much faster than the industry standard, which is around 7 to 10 years for energy companies. The return on investment over 25 years would be around 342.65%, with the annualized ROI of 6.13, which is about industry average. So Fordham will be able to have a strong financial position after the strategies we've mentioned before, while also being able to maintain labor rights and having its reputation intact. Thank you.
All right, judges, now you have 15 minutes for the Q&A session.
Clearly, you were looking for a win-win-win solution, and you could see that you were trying to formulate around that. But I think, I'm questioning, whether a HR manager would propose a joint venture partnership in a meeting. That was the role you were supposed to play. But I think you tried to fathom a win-win-win relationship and a way to work around this. But I think it would be a stretch, I think, at this point to say we would go into a JV, right? With this kind of a scenario, especially when you are in the midst of a crisis, I think would be quite a big of a challenge, I would imagine. But overall, very good presentation. Thank you.
I concur with that. I think the complexity of entering into a JV is, during a crisis, we found ourselves, most people running for the hills. They didn't want to get invested. They didn't want to do anything. Nobody knew what the outcome was going to be. Would the world ever reopen? So that's a bit of complexity to think. But what I did like was the way you handled the workers and focusing only on recruiting in Rajasthan. I think that's certainly one of the that's a big solution. I'm not sure that the problems were financial considerations for Fordham. I don't know that they needed a joint venture partner. I think they were financially quite strong, but it was a question of how to balance the requirements of the government, the completion of the thing on time, and also adhering to their good labor relations that they wish to have as a member of the ILO and other things. So, but well presented, and I thought some creative new ideas presented also. So thank you.
I actually like your beginning. I think you actually identify the problems, you identify the issues, and you break those down, into decision trees. So that's actually very, very impressive. But when you propose joint venture, why are you proposing a joint venture? What are the reasons?
First reason why we proposed a joint venture was because in the case booklet they mentioned that Fordham has a very limited cost and they will have to forego or do cost-cutting measures in key other work areas in order to meet the government standards. And another reason why we chose joint venture was because Fordham has had a history of doing joint ventures and acquisition projects in the past. For instance, they acquired Stockholm Exergi's heating business for $2.4 billion right around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. So they were doing such investments as well. So, or they were doing a divestment. They sold $2.4 billion worth of project for 50% equity in Stockholm Exergi. So we thought it would be similar in that regard.
If I may add on to that, we find that after the analysis, Fordham is facing pressure from internal side and external side. So they're trying to meet this, they're trying to commit to creating a cleaner road, but at the same time they have to take care of their employees. So that's why we were trying to find a win-win solution, because we couldn't bear the cost of having a delayed construction. And also there's after the analysis we found out there's it all boils down to increased cost, and how do we deal with that? Because there's going to be cost of delayed construction if we choose to delay, and there's also going to be a lot of cost that goes into taking care of our employees, and we don't want to cut costs from our business, because there's a lot of crucial parts that we still have to finance, and we cannot do cost-cutting measures. That's why we looked into getting funding from other equities. And as to the possibility of it, as Ban has mentioned, there's one really promising funding firm that we can join, that is Actis. And based on our research, we found that they actually have an energy investment fund, and Actis Energy 5 actually has around 6 billion investable capital for that. So that's why we thought that it would be a good way to find funding in order to provide good quality of life for our employees.
But why joint venture and funding would help to lower your costs? It's a different thing, right? I mean, the joint venture and funding is about having more money for investment. But why is it has anything to do with cost?
So it's more about splitting the cost between two firms, so we can share those costs that I've mentioned in the slides.
Right, but when you look at, let's say for the owner of the project, they look at ROI and ROE, right? So selling their stake, the ROI and ROE doesn't change. Could be worse. So that's what I don't quite we don't quite understand.
Another reason why we thought there should be a lot of funding for the cost-bearing measures was, as you mentioned, there was a lot of uncertainty. So we also estimated that due to COVID-19's uncertainty, we would estimate that there will be other further costs they'll have to incur in the future. That's why we thought the cost-bearing measures should be taken just in case there's some other unforeseeable or unpredictable thing that can happen that can limit or further delay the project from happening at all. So we thought, and the number we chose, which is 49%, still allows Fortum to have a ROI, annualized ROI, which meets the industry average, which would meet their goal as well.
Okay, again, I think congratulations on a very good presentation. I actually like the way you started the presentation. You know, the macro view that you laid down, halt versus continue, I think set the right tone for your presentation. I think all the questions are going to be centered around your private equity partnership solution, right? But one thing that I didn't quite gather is the 5.1 million that you spoke about. You said that, look, we're trying to get 5.1 from Finland, from the HQ, right? Right?
Yeah. Now, since the joint venture is between the Fortum and the equity company, Fortum will receive the $102 million based on the 51% valuation, and we're estimating that 5% of this would be reallocated into the project, because we're doing this venture for the cost-bearing measures.
Yeah. So I think that's what actually. So your cost of this entire strategy is 3.2 million. And you're getting into a 51% partnership and willing to give up 102 million to get 5 million to cover a cost of 3.2 million.
The cost?
It's not adding up, right? I mean, why would you? It seems to be too much of a stretch, right? Why would you do all of this?
The reason why we had to give up such high equity was because there was a lot of risk pertaining to the project. If Fortum was not able to continue with this project, they will have to their PPA agreements would not be met, and they are one of the core values or the core assets of the company was their goodwill and their relations with the Indian government, and this would be foregone if they were not able to meet the 18-month span. So we thought, in addition, such high level of capital had to be left out because Fortum's financial situation was a bit limiting. Investors would not be willing to invest in Fortum if they were not given controlling interest. That's why we had to forego that much.
We're actually selling like voting shares, right? And so like what we have to forego here is the company's control over. As we said, like we're selling shares, and like so like we're expecting to gain 102 million from this one, but we have to forego our control over this. However, we have tried to mitigate the risk of going against our objectives by having clear criteria of how we choose our partners. So like essentially we're trying to gain funding by selling some part of our ownership, and in that way we will be able to gain the 102 million, and also like that will finance our strategies.
I'm not sure how much time I've got, but anyway, I thought that was a very good effort, and you addressed for me the key issue, and that is the power purchase agreement, whilst not impacting adversely Fortum's aspirations, or whatever you want to call it. I just had one question, and that is, I was a bit confused about your shift arrangements, 2 shifts, I think 4 hours each, under a closed loop type system. Can you clarify how that still fulfills the number of labor hours you will need, or the construction company will need, by the way, to complete the contract on time?
So the reason why we chose this 4-hour shift is because there's actually a regulation in Rajasthan that says that no worker is allowed to, in construction sites, they're not allowed to work for more than 5 hours continuously. That's why we chose the 4-hour shifts. And since the ILO requirement is that no worker can work a total of more than 8 hours, that's why we thought there should be a rotation program so that there's adequate amount of rest between their shifts as well. And so while being able to work 24/7 as well.
Okay, so another thing I want to add on to this is that so our what we consider here is that we're trying to ensure the same level of productivity because we don't want delay in construction. So like before the COVID-19 pandemic, workers were working at 8 hours per day. So we want to ensure that they're still working at 8 hours per day, but we divided them into shifts so that they can do social distancing easier in their work quarters. And yes, because like in each shift, there will be less people working because they're divided into groups. So this is the strategy that we came up with in order to maintain the level of productivity and also ensure that we're going, we're taking care of the health of our workers.
Okay, I think it's very theoretically strategy and analysis is very good. But how can we, how do we know that this strategy work or not work? Do you have any contingency plan in case of?
Could you rephrase the question? I could not understand the.
It's clearly a lot of figure theoretically analysis is very well done and sound quite good, but just wonder how, anything that you believe that this strategy will work. If not work, do you have any contingency plan, the second plan or something like that?
Okay, so our strategy, as I mentioned, is divided into two parts. The first part of taking care of health and welfare of the workers, this is in our opinion, quite a tangible strategy because in many construction sites, workers already live on site. So what we're doing here is that we just make their accommodation a little bit better for social distancing, and also we include medical supplies. But the problem of this plan is the cost, which there will be a lot of cost that has to go into this. That's hence our second strategy of cost bearing strategy, that is doing joint venture. But if we are not able to do joint venture, then we might seek funding from equities which have same objectives as we do. And for example, as I mentioned, like Actis is an equity firm that has funding for they already have like they have these like alignment of objectives with us already. So if we are not able to do joint venture, then we would do this. But like the reason that we came up with joint venture is that it would be more attractive, and since we're like selling voting shares, and yeah, so it would be easier to seek funding through our strategy. Yeah.
Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I would say I am very happy to see financial analysis quite articulate well in terms of the number. And again, as Mr. Petit mentioned, you are, oh, sorry. As your role, you are Chief Manager for HR. Don't you think that your strategy proposed to the board is regarding on M&A transactions? Okay, this is my question, number one. Okay, the second one is, without doing and, selling the company, looking for more partner, is there any way that you can address the issue by not increasing the equity or asking for additional funding?
That is possible. As per, we recommended the joint venture as a cost-cutting measure, as we thought as HR managers it would be eminent in order to facilitate the worker-related strategies we were implementing, and yeah, basically that.
No, because you jump in with the partnership by not taking into considerations whether you can do anything else aside from joint venture.
Perhaps selling 10% or a certain amount of equity that is enough to generate the cost, bear the cost would be an alternative strategy instead of a partnership.
Thank Okay, judges, is that all for the feedback? All right. Team, our buddies will escort you out for the judges' deliberation, 5 minutes.
Welcome back, Team Miracle. Judges, now you have 5 minutes to provide the team with feedback.
Okay, so I think once again, excellent presentation and congratulations to all of you. You know, whenever you come up with something out of the box, you're taking a gamble, right? And I think you guys took a gamble with the private equity solution. I really commend you for that, right? My only feedback is that once you've done something like that, you should be prepared for questions, right? In the real business life, that's what happens. The moment you come up with something extraordinary, you're going to be completely bombarded with questions. There'll be several naysayers in the room. So my only thing is, I felt that in the Q&A, you could have defended your proposition a bit better, right? I think over there, it was a bit wobbly for me. The idea was certainly out of the box. It was a stretch, and that was pointed out to you guys on several occasions. But I would have liked to see a better defense of your strategy in the Q&A. Yeah, but otherwise, well done. Thank you.
I think the first part is actually very good. I think it's definitely one of the best. But when it comes to solution, I think it's sort of there are many ways to go for. The decision for divestment makes a lot of sense, but not necessarily for the reason you are saying, right? I mean, the company do the divestment, right? But not for the reason to reduce costs, right? Or find someone to share costs. And I don't know the case, but I'm pretty sure they don't have problem with funding. They are the second biggest renewable energy provider in Europe. I don't think they have funding issues. But of course, I think they have to find way to control, to make sure not to have cost overrun. So I think you are mixing between funding and cost. So for that's why we ask question, what are the reasons you go for joint venture solution? But again, the first part is really good, very, very professional, very well done.
Together, you've addressed the PPA, environmental issues, the importance of clean air provision, and you've also tried to reconcile that with Fortum's own philosophy, if you will. I thought you made a reasonable attempt at the financials. I agree with the comments on the JV, probably a little bit adventurous up front. But at the end of the day, I thought that was a good effort on what I thought was a very difficult case study. So congratulations.
Yes, I think you guys really tried to carve out a solution here, in which I give you credit for. But when you go out into the working world, remember, whenever you need money to fund a project, come to Giorgio. Don't sell shares. I think that's the message. And I think, remember one thing in this case, it talks a lot about reputation. They need to maintain their reputation. That's very, very important. When you give away control, how do you then manage the reputation part, which is key for their business success? So keep that in mind. But overall, very good presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent presentation. I think you laid out the problem very well. And like all the judges, I think the solution was not necessarily the best solution that you had. But I think some of the ideas that you presented were extremely good, and you certainly justified your rationale and your thinking correctly. But I think I mirror the other judges' thoughts on everything. Well done in any event. Okay. And I might add, if for any of you have ever dealt with a private equity firm, it would have taken at least 18 months just to get to the understanding of the problem. And during COVID, I can tell you, no private equity firms were running around. They ran around after the COVID was over for distress, but not during COVID. So anyway, I hope that's helpful.
Okay, as mentioned, well presented. especially on financial part, is well articulated analysis, and I would like to see more in terms of you jump to conclusion of the things. Instead of that, you should prepare for other solutions instead of you will not really go for joint venture, the things we address. And I think in terms of number, I still question a few number, but I verified that most of them are correct so far. Yeah, well done to presentation. You know what, if we have this kind of, you in the future 5 years, I'm losing my job. I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for your amazing presentation. Now you may join the audience to watch the next slot presenting. So judges, this brings us to our final slot of presentations. May I invite Team Excelsior Consulting to come present their presentations. Audience, if you would like to take a break, you may move out of the room now. We would not be allowing anybody to move in and out of the room during the presentation time.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test.
Welcome, Team Excelsior. You have been handed over the microphone and the clicker, so please give it a try.
Test.
Please, team, please be reminded to listen to the rules and regulations carefully.
Hello.
You will have 15 minutes to present your ideas,
Test.
followed by a 15-minute Q&A session, which will be followed by 5 minutes for judges' deliberation, where you will be guided outside the room by the buddies, which will be followed by 5 minutes judges' feedback. Team, our timekeeper will raise the time board when you have 10 minutes remaining, when you have 5 minutes remaining, and 1 bell for when 1 minute is remaining, and 2 bells when the time is over. Team, the timer will start once you're ready.
As the sun rises above the bustling street of Rajasthan, millions of people emerge from their home to start their day. Among them are countless of migrant workers who left their home in hope for find a better life in the city. In their life, migrant workers are the backbones of India's economy, and yet they are one of the most invisible. Their lives are fraught with uncertainties and challenges. We, Excelsior Consulting, I am Yanisa, and I'm here with Pirawat, Narinya, and Eileen, and we will join force with Fortum to make a difference.
Let's look at the company and look at the key issue, that is, Fortum India faces the shortage of construction workers and delay due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking at the company backgrounds, Fortum joined the Indian market in 2012. The company was the leading in clean energy in India. It as one of the producer of solar energy. With the value from the Finnish parent company: curiosity, responsibility, integrity, and respect. India subordinate has some of the best country employee practices. Moreover, the company has a renewable plants construction project in Saijo, and the company have more than 800 construction workers. The company was relying on the steady availability of skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled. However, for the past decade, the pandemic hits the world again. COVID-19 has terrible effect for Fortum India. Total of 900,000 of migrant workers decide to leave transform or return to the Rajasthan. And at the time, there was a shortage of solar modules from China, and the company imposed a tax on imported solar modules for 40% and 25% on solar cells. But however, the government want to increase the domestic manufacturer, and that's our opportunity. And here we have our target customer, Raju. He is 35 years old, he's migrant workers, he is low skilled and he has been working 5 years in construction industry, and he has 2 children to feed. What he needs he needs financial support and job security. He values his family, and he wants to give education to his family, to his 2 children. He is hardworking and dedicated. But during the COVID-19, there are some special needs for him. He needs mask, gloves, facial sanitizer, and health and mental support. Consequently, we come up with our objective is to help Fortum India maintain its position as a leader in renewable energy sectors, while also demonstrating its commitment to social responsibility and sustainability. Then we come up with true strategy, motivate and modularize.
Seeing the migrant workers, we need to motivate them to come back to us, and this will answer the key questions of how can Fortum India secure the livelihood of migrant workers and encourage long-term employment aligning with the International Code of Conduct. As mentioned before by Pirwat about the need of these people, the company should first provide the basic needs such as the clean drinking waters, food and COVID-19 kit, along with fair wages and compensation. Also, the most important thing is job security. As mentioned by the country head of Natural Resources Defense Council, that the growth in the renewable energies job can provide potential to achieve multiple priorities of Indian government, and this exposed to the opportunities for Fortum India to support migrant workers. And as for the company itself, 2/3 are blue-collar workers, and hence we would like to introduce the job-intensive training to shift the unskilled workers to be semi-skilled workers through contacts and career advancement. And how are we going to do this? We are going to partner with local vocational training center to foster learning curve and support local business. Why do we need this partnership? Well, I first need to introduce you our training program. First, that will be basic skill training for electricians and wiremen offered by the institution. Then proceed on to the intensive industrial training from our industry expert about the productions of solar, material selection, and assembly. At the last stage, we will have real-world practice, which means that we'll bring those valuable workers to our modular construction. But who are we going to partner with? Well, with the limitations of interstate movement, and also that the production site is in Jaunsaimeh, Rajasthan, the institute should be in Rajasthan. And here are the 3 local vocational training that we want to partner with. Why they would like to partner with us? Addressing their need, we will provide funding and also support and also increase awareness for the organization. Also, we will help facilitate academic expertise and knowledge on operational basis. We will also send trainer to institution and facilitate production. Lastly, we'll help bring in connection to the organization. With our training effort, we also need to communicate our intention. Since the target customer of us is migrant workers, they are in poverty, they have no access to internet, we hence need to introduce our offline advertisement. And here to leverage our communication strategy, we hire SNK Creation as an offline advertisement agency to help us promote. Now that we have prospered and create unskilled workers to be semi-skilled workers, the question is how can we have them bring back value to us as the worker of Fortum India? And now Yanisa will be answering your question.
Thank you, Narinya. Now on to the next strategy, modularize. In answering the question, how can Fortum India manage their workforce and utilize the time to complete the project under COVID-19 health and safety limitation? Now, divide and conquer is our approach. we are modeling 3 key processes: construction, maintenance, and production. We are separating the key activities and develop a proper care and developments for employees in every level, from each activity, from raw material to assembly to visual inspection, cleaning, until the administration. So let's first start with the construction part. This will be fueled by the Motivate strategy. At first, that we were partnering with the vocational center who will gain the new workers. And then after that, those new workers will be the part of manufacturing the construction components that will be the part of solar panel. And then they will be sent to assemble at the solar site at Jayasamar. And to ensure the health and safety, we would like to introduce to you Fortum We Love. So to increase health and safety on site, we are partnering with local healthcare professionals in providing the protection equipments and screening and social distancing and health and mental care benefits. And now next on to the maintenance. So this, we are using AI in implementing the strategic workforce planning. So we're using AI in planning shifts and proper work hours. And we are sticking with 8 working hours. And we are leveraging the time we have, nighttime, early morning, daytime, to minimize the time that they can interact with each other and decrease the risk. So the use of artificial intelligence we'll use in 3 key areas. Predictive analysis is the first one that will be using to minimize the interaction. It will be used to forecast the demand pattern, optimize the workforce schedule. So this is to increase efficiency, but at the same time, minimize the risk of transmission. So the next one, contact tracing. So this one will identify the potential exposure to COVID-19 and reduce the risk of transmission. And the last one, workforce analysis. We use to monitor health and well-being of the employees and also identify the potential risks and provide the support where needed. And lastly, for energy production and business administration. So we are using AI workforce analysis to help facilitate the hybrid working. So in energy production, they are supervised by engineers, very talented engineers, and also very talented team of administration. So AI will be used to facilitate them in their working hybrid. AI will be used in remote monitoring, real-time online record keeping, and also hybrid system through central working management. And moreover, we will also integrate the Fortum We Love, the plan, and plus the home care package with the sharing message, as we believe that we want to empower, we want to encourage, we want to support the employee. And from this strategy, from the AI strategic workforce planning and the healthcare benefit from Fortum We Love, we are confident that we can increase 30% in work efficiency, ensuring safety and quality in the workplace, and also increase the potential and ability to finish the project on a timely manner.
Thank you, Yanisa. So to put our strategies into impacts, first, let's start with a non-financial impact. By partnership with the vocational centers under Motivate strategies, we will help increase 90% of the people come back to work. And this would help Fortum to be able to retain the current workers and attract more of the migrant workers. Secondly, by modularized 3 keys production process under modularized strategies, will help increase 30% of the work efficiencies, and this would help able to adjust the work's functions systematically. Lastly, by training program, this will change 75% from the unskilled workers to the semi-skilled workers, and this would help Fortum able to increase the migrant workers' knowledge in the long term. Moving on to the cost breakdown. For the first strategy is Motivate. There will be the partnership cost for funding and partnering with the local vocational centers, followed by the logistic costs, which are the product modularized transportations, and then the training costs and marketing costs for our training program. For the modularized strategies, there will also be the partnership costs from partnering with the local hospitals, compensation costs for the healthcare package, transportations, software development, and maintenance costs. Our source of fund will be 50% internal, 25% of short-term and long-term debt, with a total cost of $7.3 million.
we expect to be increased in 17.5% of the migrant workers over the next 5 years by these key following assumptions. First is 7% increase of the worker shift to work with the solar power industries. Secondly, there will be the 20% increase of the growth rate of the migrant workers in the first 2 years and 30% afterwards by combining from our two strategies. So there will be the total of 5,424 people are recruited. For the implementation timeline, first, we will start partnering with the locals within 2021 in the first 6 months. After that, we will develop our training program and the advertisement to ensure that we could attract the migrant workers to work from our program. In 2022, we will also do the product training workers in the first 6 months and execute it afterwards. And then for the second strategies, we will also partnering with the local hospitals, doing the software development, and also launching the care box within 2021 to ensure that we are quickly adapted to changes. All activities will be evaluated after the implementations and we'll do the improvisations afterwards. There are 3 risks to be considered. First, our AI might not perform well under modularized strategies. To tackle this, we will hire an AI experts to ensure that our AI process are performed properly. Secondly, there might be the low intentions of the migrant workers to join. So to mitigate this, we will promote the local activities to persuade them. Lastly, Fortum might be unable to partner with the vocational center. So our mitigation plan is to find other potential vocationals from other states.
Migrant workers are the backbones of India's economy and yet are the one of the most invisible. So we are determined to join force with Fortum in changing and improving the employees' well-being by using modularized and motivate strategy. I would like to end this with the quote that inspires all of us. Teach a man how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime.
Thank you, team, for your presentation. Judges, now you have 15 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, since I have the mic, I'll go first. Thank you very much, and congratulations on a very well-organized presentation. I'd like to challenge you a bit on the pragmatism of some of your solutions, right? For example, your vocational training idea. How viable do you think it is to have such a training during COVID? You're talking about migrant workers being in a bubble. Now, in the midst of this, you're suggesting an extensive training program. Do you think it's really viable? Have you thought through the viability of this?
Thank you so much for your question. As I mentioned before, as we address the situation of COVID-19 where people cannot really transport interstates, right? So that's why we have the local vocational training within the state of Rajasthan. And as the production planning is in Jaisalmer, so people in Rajasthan can move within the state of Rajasthan and go into the local vocational training. And as I mentioned before, we have the 3 local vocational provided across the state. So we believe that it is able to make them come to join our program.
I think
So we also consider that it's very challenging to have the trainings during COVID-19. But at the same time, as you can see, we have used many solutions in managing the time that will minimize the human interaction. And we strongly believe that we can make that happen in vocational training too.
very good presentation, well structured and good delivery. Just a couple of comments that, you're trying to solve a labor issue by suggesting that this company move from being a construction of solar to producing solar cells? Because you brought up in the first two slides that one of the concerns was the solar panels coming from China, and therefore to mitigate that, you would produce your own solar panels. Now that's not just a move you make a company go through, because they're not making solar panels themselves, they're buying solar panels. So your suggestion of creating a workforce trained so that they can start to make solar panels to mitigate the risk of the logistics issues that happened during COVID on transportation of solar panels from China, I'm not sure if that's the right strategy, because you're solving one problem by really creating another issue. Because this company's core competency is not making solar panels, so you're just suggesting that in between the most difficult times, pandemic, to create a new business. Did you think that through?
Thank you so much for your question. First, I would like to correct something a little bit. So we are not making the production plan as of now. It's our long-term plan that we are going to nurture our people to be able to have the production plan in the future. Because as I mentioned before, now the Indian industry really support having the production manufacture within the country itself. And the second one is that when we have that, we believe the jobs descriptions of the people within this industry is somehow sensitive. We cannot really hire anyone to do the work. Even if the cleaning of the tempered gas of the solar cell is requires certain skill, and that is the skill that we're going to provide for our employees.
Training was not the key challenge as I saw it from the paper. It was really more a question of keeping the workers or having sufficient workers to do it, and whether they work sufficient hours to do it. I think during COVID, I don't know if many of you remember, but most schools were closed and doing online. And since there wasn't much online in India, as far as I know, that's a complexity. So to me, it's how do you address the problem? Is the problem really the training, or is the problem the number of workers to complete the project?
So in the case of our training, it's kind of like the training that is made under the contract. So it will be like long-time employment for them too, because as I mentioned before, the key important things of having these migrant workers is job security. What they need most is job securities, and this is why we are providing contract that's saying like, if you are having our training, you're gonna be our long-term employment. You're gonna be long-term workers of us, and that's our sustainability objective that align with the company core value.
So please allow me to add on these questions. So we will also provide the funding for the course training, starting from the incentives training throughout with the real life experience. So these strategies could attract the migrant workers to come to do the contract with us too.
What is the business problem that you are trying to solve?
So the business problem that we are trying to solve is that we are trying to recruit the people back to work on the project on time by also implementing the strategy to help them in minimizing health risks in the project.
Short term or long term?
Both short-term and long-term. You can see that from vocational training, as Narinya has mentioned before, is the long-term plan that we want to keep them for a really long time, and by providing them education. And also in the second strategy, in implementing AI and using in the production, that is the one that can be used both short-term and long-term. That one can be implemented immediately.
And when I read the case, the business problem is how to complete the solar plant construction within 18 months to ensure a couple of things, right? We do it as a responsible employer. We ensure the cost not to overrun, right? And we ensure the project completed on time. So I'm just not sure if you actually have the business problem specify correctly.
So for this one, we actually trying to provide a solution from that. So from this one, as you can see here, we can use AI in helping them in increasing efficiency, but at the same time not increasing risk in work. So I think that it might slow the time of the project, but at the same time, it's the best solution that it can be in the time of in the hard time COVID-19 to finish the project on time.
Can I add it on? By the way, well presented. I see a lot of solutions, which I'm happy to see you come up with a lot recommendation and strategy alternative. I would love to see the timeline of executions because it doesn't really, because you were saying that you implement the AI, you implement training. Don't you think it's with 18 months? Because we focus on the 18 months right now on the project. That will be sufficient enough to implement the AI running the whole thing within short time frames.
So I think that with this time period, within 18 months, I think that is possible, because with the AI, that it would provide the employees with the proper time schedule that would come and work efficiently in their time, and at the same time not overworking. So within 18 months, I think with the implementation of AI, I think that would be possible.
When you partner with a lot of, the one you're talking into do a lot of partnership, I think the cost will be occur more. And don't you think that you will not, given you need to control the project cost, will that be impacted? That you will breach a PPA?
We take that into consideration as well, but maybe we see it's more as long-term investment in that sense. Despite the fact that it's high cost, but we believe that the company will also expand the project in the other region in the future. So we believe it is worthwhile to do it.
So I thought you've really approached that from the point of view of Verinder, the HR guy. So for that, I commend you. But Verinder's first job will be to consult a CEO. And I agree with my fellow judges that I ultimately, they've got to complete the project, what appears to be 18 months, to comply with the regulations. And I think a lot of your initiatives are going to be a struggle in that time period to achieve. The second comment is I'm going to ask, in terms of your costings, did you try to compare that, put context to it in terms of comparing that with the overall project costs? Are you going ahead of the purchase agreement, the power agreement, or are you within, does the whole thing work financially from Fortum's perspective, not just this particular initiative, which is the human resources aspect?
Thank you for your questions. So after we also take this into considerations. So we research the approximately cost of our project, which is around $400 million. So we believe that our 10 million will help to be the long-term investment by also ensuring the job securities to the workers and also help them develop on the skills. So I think it would be long-term relationship for our project.
Welcome on this page. You know that the worker, especially, I'm not sure, you see, to retain, you said you have to maintain three things. You know, the worker, especially in India, same maybe same in Thailand, they don't mind so much about the job security or basic. They need money. If you give them just 5% or 10%, they will come. So my question is that other factory, maybe they have the same problem. How you can retain or welcome with the same thing, unless you pay more.
So in that matter, we have taken into consideration of the company that the values that they hold in taking care of their employees and company. So from this, we approach this differently in understanding the employees and the company vision as well to be the good employer. So we understand that about money, everyone needs money, and more money is always good. But at the same time, what the people in India, the workers, their struggle the most is that money come in shorthand, very shortly. But at the same time, job security lasts a lifetime. So for this one, I think we approach it in a way that we take in consideration of the company values, the vision that they hold of themselves as an employer.
From my experience, the worker, fair wage is not enough for them. They want something, especially during COVID, where you lack of worker. Why? Okay.
Please allow me to add on. One thing is that we also not only provide job security and a lot of money, we also train them, give them the future job, and make in order to let them give more job opportunity in the future, can make more money, and this is how we also appeal them to come and to work our factories.
It's balancing the timeline along with all of the other things you want to do, including AI, the implementation time and cost, and the focus to me was very much how they fulfill the contract and how they handle the long-term financial success of this project, and it wasn't so much focused on the further development. You know, during a crisis, people tend to focus on the crisis and have to work quickly. I always say that, you know, you have to be super fast. You have to be faster than everybody else. And I worry that a lot of your thinking slowed down, would slow down the process of solving the basic problem of the thing, of what Forum was facing.
Sir, can I have a question again? I'm sorry.
It's more as much an observation as a question, but I just worry that your timing wasn't focused on the balance and the requirement for Fortum to finish this thing quickly on time, and your solutions were perhaps a little bit longer term and not within the timeline that could be accomplished.
Thank you, judges.
Thanks.
Judges, the time for Q&A is over. Team, please follow the buddies who will escort you outside the room while the judges deliberate your performance. Judges, you have 5 minutes to deliberate the team's performance. Right, judges, now you have 5 minutes to provide the team some feedback.
So again, congratulations for a well-delivered presentation. Just one piece of feedback from me. I think it's important when you make a team presentation that all 4 members are actively engaged collaboratively. So I felt that, especially during the Q&A, didn't see answers coming from the team as a whole, right? So just keep that in mind. When you have a team presentation, it's important that that the collaboration is very visible. You've got to have it displayed on your sleeves, so that you're lacking in that area a bit, right? Otherwise, well done. Thank you.
Yes, good presentation in the sense that I thought you were reasonably coordinated and you tried to address the issue in the eyes of Verinder, the HR guy. What I would suggest is that in future, but you look more at the overall issue as well. Verinder is not the decision maker at the end of the day of the company, the CEO is, and he will be looking at the purchase agreement, the electricity purchase agreement, responsibility of the government and their own commercial objectives as well, in addition to the social and the environmental issues that they are facing. So that's what I would suggest you do. The timeline I thought was also a little bit, can be challenged by judges in future. Thank you.
Just give some feedback of the when most of the company when they have the crisis or challenge, they just try to solve the challenge or but in the other way around, I recommend that any challenge or crisis we must have some opportunity, many opportunity. Why don't we look at the opportunity first, and then that's maybe come out with a good strategy, better strategy. Okay.
Okay. So I like your pack presentation, well presented, and you walk through all structure, very structured. Q&A section, yes, if you can diversify more people to answer, that would be great. And I think strategy, I felt that the key point was not being addressed, because we are concerned on short-term strategy, not the long-term strategy at this stage, whether you want to go or not go for the project. Come up with a lot of idea, which is great combination of alternative. However, I think the concentration will be timeline execution, because 18 months for AI implementation, it is unlikely that impossible. It's gonna, or including the training things.
That the judges have commented you. I really applaud you for a very, very excellent presentation. But I think a couple of things. One is that you have to think of the company timeline, as has been pointed out. When you're in a crisis, you have to act quickly, and a lot of the thoughts that you put in were not necessarily acting quickly. The other thing, which I just as an observation, was maybe you spent too much time on the pain points of the labor, which may not necessarily have been. I think we were all aware of that and all the rest of it, but it's the solution we're seeking, because we were familiar with the pain points. So you may have spent a little bit more time on that than you needed to. So, but other than that, I thought excellent presentation, and well done. And just a pity that you focused a little bit on sort of AI and other things, that training and knowing the complexities and the delays that were happening. That was a really, it was a difficult time. COVID, every other crisis that I've seen in my life has been a walk in the park. COVID was the most difficult crisis for everybody that faced it this time. And even those that were in school during that time, I think you also faced a crisis of not being able to socially interact. So, well done.
I think I will reiterate what the rest of my peers mentioned. I think the presentation was very well done. You guys did a good job rehearsing, and I think it clearly showed that you guys were ready for that. Now, not every problem can be solved with a hammer, right? You need to use the right solution sometimes to solve problems. And here I think we were forcing a hammer on everything. And I think you need to step back and when you look at the case, look at, really what problem, what is the root, what are you trying to solve? I think defining the problem is very important. I think you missed the definition of the problem. If you define the problem wrong, the solution will never be correct. So I think if you get a chance in the future, make sure you spend time thinking about the definition of the problem before running to the solution. And I think overall, a great presentation. I like the fact that you guys try to stand your ground. I think the judging of this team is not about just making sure you have the right solution, because there's no right solution as such, but more the ability to present the story. And I think, again, I just recommend you, whenever you're going to look at this kind of cases in the future, clearly define what you're trying to solve, because then you will go down the wrong path. Okay? Good job.
I think, again, same as every judge, you very, very good presentation. I think the team coordinated very well. Yes, defining the right business problem is very important. In this kind of case competition, right, it's always, the judge will look for what is the problem you are trying to solve, right? Do you define the problem correctly? Do you provide a sensible solution, to that problem, right? I can understand that you are, wearing the hat of Barinda, right? So you are really focusing on the HR perspective, right, of the problems. But you see, even Barinda, when you are, let's say the chief of HR, you are not just looking or presenting from HR perspective, right? You have to get, other functions or other consideration into your solution. But of course, I think you are going to stress and ensure the importance of HR aspect. But, again, right, I mean, make a decision from HR alone is not enough, right? We have to look at whether financially is it sound, right? Whether it's combined with the regulation. So all those has to come into play. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, for all your comments. Team Excelsior, now you may join the audience. The time is 12:15 p.m. Spectators, please remain seated. Judges, please follow our buddies who will guide you outside the room for a photo session and then judges' celebration in the judges' lounge. In the meanwhile, our team will prepare a delectable lunch for you.
Spectators, you may make your way out of the room. Participants, please be reminded to stay seated as our team will guide you to the... Participant and competitors, please stay seated as our judges make our way out. All right, participants and competitors, sorry for the sudden announcement. Please be kindly seated while we rearrange the final results.
Welcome back, all participants and judges.
Welcome back. I'm very on edge, Piyush.
I am too. We are soon approaching the winners' results announcements.
Yes, right. So before traveling to the final round of the competition, the participants have been to their internal rounds competition, networking session where they have built precious friendships along the journey, and of course had an intense competition in the round 1 and round 2 of the competition to make it till today. Here, we have provided a recap of the event with a montage of 45 seconds video, which accumulates to this right moment. Let's watch it together.
Hopefully that short video might have summarized the entire event for you. Before we announce the finalists, we would like to inform you that we had announced a competition in a competition where teams, all 19 teams were required to submit videos, and we have selected 3 videos. We have selected best videos under 3 different categories.
Yes, and I would like to invite Khun Thammalut. He's the Head of Performance, Corporate and Strategic Chief Operating Officer at HSBC Thailand to do the honors. Please give it up for Khun Thammalut. Please.
Test.
All right, let's start with our fans' favorite video award. It is Team Mega Consulting. But today, Mega Consulting unfortunately cannot make it here today. Please give a round of applause for them. Let's move on to the second category, the organizer's pick.
It is essential for everyone to start making changes to save the world. We can begin from recycling to planting trees, and we must do it now or never. We can begin from recycling.
H is for her name to Nanan.
And we must do it now or never.
H is for her name to Nanan.
I'm calling the police because I'm filing a complaint against you for stealing my heart.
S is for Sirda. If your heart were a jail, I would love to serve a life sentence.
Jail. Now, let's see the other guy. If you cannot call me Jim, you can call me Mike.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good.
Stage to receive the awards. We have a representative here from Team Alpha.
You hear me? We got a big problem. We need you right now. We got a big problem. We need you right now.
We are Alpha!
Welcome Team Alpha, you may collect a prize.
And that, everyone, is how Team Alpha stole our organizer's heart.
A bit to the center, please. We'll take photos. Yeah, a bit to the center.
All right, thank you so much. And for the last category, HSBC Thailand Executive Favorite Awards goes to Team Quartarian. Let's all watch their video.
Hello everyone, I'm Zucchini. I play violin because I love symphony and collaboration.
Hey, this is Metukan. You know what dance is my passion and they give me harmony, which is important for our teamwork.
Hi, I'm Jolanui. I love doing research because it gives me concentration and consistency.
Hi, I'm Enyano. I love photography because it gives me creativity.
We are Quaterian!
If Team Quaterian is present with us here today, please come and collect your awards. Thank you, Team Quaterian. Since business case competitions are also about how well can you pitch and sell your ideas, may I please invite Mr. Giorgio Gamba to kindly award the Best Speaker Award for today. So, the winner of the Best Speaker Award goes to Khun Tanya from Team Miracle.
Well, without further delay, I think it's time and finally the moment that we've all been waiting for. Piyush, can you guess what that is?
It has to be the results time, right?
Yes.
With the hearts pacing fast, anxiety through the roof, and one winner that will represent Thailand at the HSBC HKU Asia Pacific Business Case Competition 2023. Let's take a look at the ranking of today's presentation. To announce the third runner-up, may I invite Khun Sudaphan and Mr. Stephen to please do the honors. Khun Sudaphan and Mr. Stephen, the stage is yours. You may announce the winners. Yeah, should I announce it for you? Okay. The winner, the third runner-up, please excuse that. The third runner-up of HSBC HKU Thailand Business Case Competition 2023 is Team Zucchini.
Congratulations, Team Zucchini.
You want to do this or should I do it?
You can do that.
I do it?
Oh, you want me to do it?
Okay, you do this. You do this. You do this. Hmm? Everybody, please give it up for Team Zucchini.
All right. To announce the second runner-up of today, Khun Sutheep and Khun Tanyapong, please give it up. Please do the honors of coming up here and giving the award. The team ranking third at the final rounds today
is Team Miracle.
Congratulations, Team Miracle.
Thank you, Khun Sutheep and Khun Tanyapong. And congratulations to Team Miracle.
Whoa, 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 Piyush, I can't believe we're actually coming to an end of this journey just by announcing the winner that will crown this competition in the year 2023.
Well, may I please invite Mr. William Heinecke and Khun Vimonsili to please do the honors of revealing who the winner of HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023 is. First.
No,
winner. The winner first, please. May I please request Mr. William Heinecke and Khun Vimonsili to please award the teams. The result for the most anticipated decision for today. The winner of HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023 is Team Excelsior Consulting. Congratulations, Team Excelsior Consulting.
Congratulations. All right, Piyush. For the second position, or what we call the first runner-up, Khun Suranya and Khun Ashwin, please do the honors of revealing the winners.
The award for first runners-up goes to Team Gojo Consulting.
Congratulations, Gojo Consulting.
Congratulations, Team Gojo Consulting. Next, may I please invite Mr. William Heinecke to give us all a few words on behalf of all the judges present here today. Yes,
yes, sure.
You know, today was a very, very difficult day for the judges because they had to really look at 4 winners because to have made it to this final round, trust me, every one of you was a winner. And, you know, we had to then evaluate not only what happened today, but also what happened over the last week of all these difficult times that you've gone through presenting various cases and everything else. And so the decision that was reached was a difficult one. It was based not only on today, but on the whole week's activities. And it was also reflecting the fact that the winner had to be not only very astute at presenting a strong case, but also had to be excellent presenters, and also have to have the best chance of bringing back the gold to Thailand in this competition when they go forward in Hong Kong. So the decision was very difficult, but I think we finally had a winner, and I think you've all recognized that. And I'm hopeful that that team will be able to go into Hong Kong and bring back the gold for us. And it's going to be a difficult challenge. I'd also like to end up by saying that I was so impressed by all the presentations that I saw both today and in previous days of competition. And I'm so confident of everyone that participated in this, that anyone that applies to us will get preferential treatment in being chosen to work with our company, because we're very focused on finding the best talent, because it's people that make a company like ours successful. So I hope some of you will get your applications in when you finish school to us at Minor. Thank you very much, Saudi Cup. Thank you. Thank you, HSBC, especially for putting this on. This is an incredible thing. It takes a lot to keep my attention for nearly 5 hours without going on my phone or in my computer. And it was really a wonderful thing. And also thank you, Mahidol, for having helped organize this whole thing once again. And it's a fantastic thing for Thailand. So well done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. William. Spectators, please stay seated. Please stay seated.
Spectators and participants, please stay seated for a moment. All right, teams, are you happy with your results today? You have given up your best, you've done your best, and you have put in countless amounts of hard work, and it has been recognized today. Thank you so much.
May I kindly request all winner teams on our call to, one at a time, go outside for photos with the judges. Please kindly wait till our next announcement.
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, all the finalists,
All the finalist teams, please make your way outside.
please make your way outside to take photos with the judges. All finalists.
How about we have a bit of a conversation with all the teams here?
Yes, please. We haven't talked to the spectators that much today also, right? Okay, we can start here. Team, okay, team, please say your team name first.
Hi, hello. I'm from Ascend Consulting, and I was, and I felt like I enjoyed.
Can we have a different mic?
Yeah, okay, try talking now.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm from Team Ascend Consulting. From Mahidol University, and I feel like I enjoyed the.
Yeah. Go on, please.
Sorry for favoritism, but Excelsior Consulting as well. I think their presentation was really great and how they handled the Q&A very well.
Right, right. I mean, we have all witnessed that together, and I hope you guys had fun for today's competition. Let's go to the next team.
How about we talk to the person who won the best video today?
All right, all right.
Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us how was the event overall? Maybe just today, or round one, round two participants networking. Share your experience. With us.
Even the networking session.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Mark. I actually am from Alpha team, which is from Assumption University. So from the competitions round one to the final competitions, I feel that it's given a lot of the knowledge and how to handle the case by having some kind of topic for us to solve and giving the best solutions at our size to present to the case at the judge so that we can improve ourselves from the judge's feedback.
Right, right.
Wow, that's amazing.
And may I ask you, what is one thing that you like, one new thing that you feel like you learned the most in this competition? Okay. One specific thing.
The new thing that I have learned is the way of communicating to the judges and the way of delivering the message, that how can we deliver it in the precise and exact message to the judges the way that we think as well.
Right, right. That is
amazing.
True.
Thank you for sharing your experiences with us.
Thank you so much.
How about we move to the next team who won the best video award today? Where is team? It was team Quaterian. Where's team? Where is Team Quaterian? Tell us, what did you learn from this entire competition over the past month and a half?
So I'm Keep, and I'm from Team Quaterian. So the best thing I have ever learned from this competition is I need to really improve my knowledge of finance. In the wrong one, I did not even include any single number in my first presentation. So I really learned that from this competition. And also, today I really learned a lot from Team Miracle, and I wish they could be the winner, but unfortunately, so kudos to Team Miracle. Maybe they are outside, so yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. Anybody anybody else that would like to talk to us and share your experience?
Anybody, or do we pick?
I think we need to pick because they're all shy right now.
Sasha, how about you pick the next person?
All right, let's pick the behind row here. Please introduce yourself and also tell me how you feel about the competition today. Here. Here, can you try this?
Hello. So we're from.
Maybe not that. Maybe not that.
Maybe this. So we're from Washington College, and today is we are very excited, and we're looking forward like for a week to come here and to see the competition, and we experience a lot of new things today. Yeah, every team has a very good presentation, and yeah, we learn a lot of things today.
Does this happen to be your first competition?
Oh.
Oh, you just graduated high school. Wow.
Wow, that's so impressive.
Well, I'm graduating in 3 months, not high school, but university.
Right, right.
Oh, I see.
And can I ask you, what is one thing that you learned today, like specifically for you, that you feel like you could implement in if you wanted to compete?
Well, I mean, from what I heard, they only had 6 hours to prepare for whatever they did. So I'd say diligently, or they had to work hard for it. So I mean, if everybody worked hard and the outcome came as good as they expected, so yeah, that's what I say I learned today.
Amazing. I mean, from my personal experience, I would say that HSBC competition has been one of the most toughest competitions that I've participated in. I've been to over 10 or 11 business case competitions, but I find this one to be the most unique, the most challenging, because you only have 6 hours to compete. You have to make paper slides. Like, once you get the case, you don't even have time to panic. You need to start reading the case and finish and submit slides in 6 hours by midnight. And next thing you know, you wake up in the morning and 8 a.m. you're presenting the case. Right?
It's like back to back, like solving cases and presenting.
Exactly, because round 1 and round 2 are consecutive. So you have to do them back-to-back days. I mean, I don't think teams get much sleep, do they?
Yes. Of course. I had teams today that told me that they had final exams. Is the team right here? I don't think they're here. But they told me that they had final exams on the same week that they had to compete for the competition, and they said they didn't sleep for 2-3 nights. So I think that, like, the panda eyes be crawling up. I know.
That's a level of dedication you need to win, right?
Yes.
How about we go to the next person?
Yes, right. Please go. Let's go to the next person.
Sasha, would you like to pick? Because
I already picked, so I'm going to give it to you.
How about we have Lamtan from Kasetsat? The president of Kasetsat Case Club, right? Lamtan.
So,
wait, before you start, I remember your group name. It's so unique. Sugar Rune Consulting.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Honestly, I want to say thank you to MUIC committee and HSBC very much, because HSBC is the birth of my consultant job in the future, because this is the first case competition of my life and the last competition of my life as well. I'm very happy and very glad to have a competition with from last year and this year. It's very make me feel very happy. I never feel like I'm lost this competition or feel bad, because it's made me feel that everyone, especially like first year and second year, maybe first year and third year, they were really, oh my God, they so smart and very cool. And I hope that when I first grad is first year is not same like them. So I wanted to say thank you, and thank you to make my opportunity to be my president of Case Cup as well, to be winning or maybe case competition past of this year, because your case competition is make me learn a lot about consultant, about strategy, finance, and everything. It's make me feel very happy and very glad to have your case competition HSBC Thailand, and I want to be this competition to be continued every years, and I want to come back to see as well.
Guys, if you don't know, Lamtan and I met during the last year HSBC case competition, and she's actually graduating. That's why it's her last case competition. Thank you so much for joining, Lamtan, and sharing your experience.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe now all the teams are making their way back, so we will shortly end the session. So we'll just wait for all the teams to come back, and our president and vice president would share a few words.
Oh no, no drama.
I want to compete next year, so I'm gonna take examples from you guys. I learned a lot myself too, even though I'm there standing speaking. I don't know if you guys are annoyed of me or not, but I learned a lot from you guys. Even if I did not compete this year, definitely will apply it in my next year competing.
Good luck.
All right, please wait for our participants to come back. Just a moment.
Thank you for waiting, all participants and spectators. May I now invite to close this session our Case Club President, Ms. Intira Setawarapan, and our Vice President, Mr. Siha Panyamun, to officially close the session. The floor is now yours, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience, and thank you everyone for being here. Honestly, I would keep this short because we actually have another second session of lunch. If you are not filled yet, we have a lot of food. Due to HSBC generosity, we will have the best hospitality for all of you here. But really, I would admit to you, to Panya, to every one of you here that, to be honest, this is my third year organizing HSBC since my second year. And now graduating, it's our final time with Panya. And I thought that I could close one eye and organize because everything's gonna be the same, but I was so wrong, right?
That's right, Nina. Each and every year for the past 3 years that we've been hosting this and also competing, it's never been easy for us, but we strive through the challenges and we got better as organizers. For you guys as competitors, you guys got better as yourselves. And for judges, they got more knowledge in terms of judging the competitors. That's why the enunciation of today's business case competition is everyone is a winner. So please clap your hand for yourself.
Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations, all winners. And really, if you look around the room, I would like to thank a very special group of people. Working with them humbled me so much, and I'm super grateful. I'm so in awe of what we all have accomplished together. So give it up for all the organizing committee of HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2023. The operations department. Operations, where are you? Operations. Marketing department. And the development and strategy department. You guys have done an amazing job, and I would admit that this is really the dream team. So keep it up for all of you organizing, and to competitors, you have really win yourself over. And this is the network we are trying to create, a network of empowerment, of a community that we are going to be case crackers, problem solvers, and most importantly, impact drivers for Thailand, for society, for the world.
That's right, Nina. And also, I would like to express our heartfelt thankfulness and gratitude towards the advisors that are here, traveling all the way. Shout out to the advisors from Thammasat University, Faculty of Economics. Shout out to the advisor of Mahidol University International College. Shout out to the advisor of Panya Piwat Institute of Management. Shout out to also the advisor from Chulalongkorn University, Faculty of Economics. And shout out to the other advisors that for so long have spiritually and physically been there for you guys, groom you guys to be amazing competitors with high sportsmanship, respect, and obviously dignity to grace this competition. You guys made history for yourself. Also, thank to the HSBC team for supporting me. PB.
Khun Roskamon Wongchowanat, Vice President, Head of Sustainability.
Pipong, the one that controls the music, with me.
Pitam Damrongsak.
Who is outside right now is not in the
I
room.
would say he's really the Doraemon for us. He magically can make everything happen.
And Pinui for being here, announcing the results for us a moment
and
ago.
supporting us from the
giving
beginning.
Us sharp advice. PM, who is also right now outside, but also supporting us. PM, here we go. Khun Tom.
Mr. Tomokno goes.
Tomokno goes. There we go. There he is. And then Khun Joy for spearheading us in the public corporate communication. Khun Joy, khap khun ma khap pom. Shout out to all of you guys for being here. They say that, elders are the alumni or elders are the reason why we as young nuns walk to the right direction. Without you guys paving the way for us, without you guys opening a space for us, providing us the opportunities to glow, to shine, we would not be here. So heartfelt thank you to all of you. And obviously the judges that have consumed a lot of time to deliberate which one of you guys will be the winner, first, second place, third place. Thank you to all of them. Judge William, Judge Tanyapong, Judge Sutheep, Judge Sudaphan, Judge Stephen, Judge Sangsuk, and also Judge Ashwin. So once again,
congratulations. And with the best heart, really, we wish you unlimited successes in the future. And of course, I say this every time, whatever you dream of, whatever you want, be unapologetically ambitious about it. You guys are fierce fighters. And that's why you are here. And I hope to see you guys. We hope to see you guys in HSBC Thailand Business Case Competition 2024.
Thank you guys so much. See you next year. All right, thank you.
We still have lunch left, so please help yourself. And actually, photo booth. So photo booth will be here until 3 p.m.
Let's go take a lot of pictures.
Let's take unlimited pictures together.